items on our agenda. We've just completed item 3.5, so we'll go on to item 5.1, which are actions related to the development of the airport connector and Stevens Creek lines. And Tony, should we be calling roll first to make sure we have quorum?
Yeah, we usually call roll after we come back from a break.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Jimenez?
Yes, or here, present.
Peralez?
Here.
Yep. Yep.
Present.
Crosco? Crosco? Davis?
Here.
Esparza?
Here.
Thank you. Arenas?
Here.
Foley?
Here.
Yemis?
Here.
Jones? Jones? Licardo?
Present.
You have a
Thank you.
quorum.
So on item 5.1, the airport connector and Stevens Creek lines, I believe we have a presentation.
That's correct, Mayor.
If you like, we can come back, Dave. It looks like.
Is John Risto, are you on? Or Jim Ortball?
If you need a moment, we can jump ahead or come back.
I'm here, Dave. I'll try and locate John, though. I'm not the one doing the presentation.
So that'd be fine, Mayor, if you want to loop back.
Okay. Why don't we jump ahead to 6.1? We'll come right back.
Okay.
6.1 are actions related to the integrated resource plan and power procurement. I'm guessing Lori will be presenting on this.
Yes, that's correct.
Welcome, Lori.
Apologies. Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Let me just pull up our PowerPoint. One second.
Hey, John.
Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I'll try to make this short. Tonight's evening is our integrated resource plan. This is a long-term plan. Hold on one second. I think this isn't in, is that better? Sorry, here we go. So this is a long-term utility plan to forecast our load to meet our long-term energy needs. Again, it takes into consideration what our load might be along with state and local climate goals. As well as what type of resources we would need to integrate renewable energy. So just as a reminder, we are required to file these plans every 2 years. You might recall back in 2018, before our program launched, we did file this plan and we need to file an update on September 1st of this year. Just as a reminder, so to complete the modeling, we engaged Siemens, which is a large energy consulting firm. We also partnered with 3 other CCAs to complete the modeling. And one important consideration is that the statewide electric system currently emits 60 million metric tons of carbon. So the CPUC wanted all utilities and CCAs to look at a couple of different portfolios. One that required reducing emissions to 46 million metric tons, and then another one to reduce them to 38 million metric tons. The 38 million metric ton case was in response to many environmental advocates wanting the state to cut carbon emissions in half and to reduce them all the way to 30 million metric tons by 2030. So we ran that case as well, and then we ran a final case being 100% carbon neutral to meet our local climate smart goals. So the next slide shows the results of this analysis. As you can see, in all cases, it does require us to invest about 100 megawatts of additional wind capacity It also selected increasingly amounts of solar paired with battery storage to meet those additional carbon reductions in the portfolios for the 38 million metric ton case, as well as the 30 and then the annual carbon neutrality. So some of the key findings is that the model suggests we should significantly overbuild renewables to meet our load, primarily from solar, and then pair it with storage. The good news is San Jose Clean Energy has already implemented this strategy. We're well on our way. We have 262 megawatts under contract with another 225 under negotiation. So we are recommending that we continue to procure, but at a much more moderate pace to balance some of the risks that we're seeing to the program, as well as to benefit from additional technology advancements. Another consideration we learned in this modeling effort is that some of our early aggressive carbon-free portfolios required us to purchase attributes from existing plants. And of course, there's nothing wrong with this. That allows these plants to continue to have revenue and operate. So that's been the strategy that we've deployed to date, but we are becoming increasingly concerned that this may result in some redundancy and result in higher costs for some of our customers. So just as a reminder, our customers pay a PCIA fee every month, and that fee is increasingly becoming more expensive. That fee allows our customers to pay PG&E for resources that they procured before they were served by us. So those resources might include hydro, they might include nuclear, solar, and wind. But unfortunately, CCAs do not get credit for this on the power content label. So, that's something that we're continuing to monitor, and there are some solutions to this, including having CCAs be allocated these resources. So in order to take advantage of the cost reductions there, it's important that we don't go ahead and buy these resources. So that's something we're continuing to monitor. So for the item today, our recommendation is to simply submit the 46 million metric ton and the 38 million metric ton cases. We are recommending that we delete from the requirements the goal of being carbon neutral in 2021, and that is because the CPUC is considering penalties for integrated resource plans. It's important to note we will come back to council later on in the fall with recommendations on our power mix for 2021. Filing this plan doesn't preclude us from meeting that goal by buying from existing resources. So we will come back to council in the fall with a number of recommendations around our rates for 2021, as well as our power mix. Just some of the risks that San Jose Clean Energy is facing, as I mentioned, increasing PCIA fees. We're also seeing some load reduction due to the pandemic that we're monitoring weekly and mitigating by maintaining a small open position. We're also seeing a risk related to direct access expansion. That's a program that allows our commercial customers to be served by other energy providers. So we're working on new products to help retain those customers. So the other recommendation that's before you today is we are recommending some additional procurement authority, which would allow us to be on track to meet that 38 million metric ton portfolio. So it would allow us to add another 100 megawatts of renewables and then 50 megawatts of battery storage. This would bring our total portfolio to about 600 megawatts of new renewables. So that's great progress. Our power content, if approved, would be about 55% renewable by the end of 2023, which is great progress for the program. As a reminder, state law requires us to be 60% renewable by 2030 and then 100% carbon-free by 2045. So these recommendations will put us well on track to meet that 38 million metric ton portfolio goals. And then finally, if there's any bright spot in the pandemic, it's that energy prices have been somewhat depressed by the economic slowdown. So we are recommending to increase our authority to layer in some short and medium-term power supply products in the years from 2024 to 2032 to reduce our costs. And then finally, we are recommending that we have more flexibility in some of our previous authorized power products to buy either long or short-term power supply so that we can accommodate different project start dates. And this is what those adjustments look like in terms of our total power supply costs going out all the way to 2043. That's that blue line at the top. The light blue bars show what council has already approved. The red is what we've contracted for, and the gray is what we are seeking authority for today. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you very much, Lori. We'll go first to the public. And to remind everyone, this is item 6.1, actions related to the integrated resource plan and power procurement. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. This item was like really informative. You gave like actual ideas and projections and plans like into 2045. Thank you. It was, very illuminating, and you nicely described, your good work with solar power and batteries. You're doing some nice stuff with that. I go to East Bay Community Energy meetings now, public meetings all the time, and they're working on solar battery storage packs for individual homes as an idea that should be of interest. Thank you for describing carbon neutral ideas. I'm making a big deal about that right now, but you can't dismiss the work that it does. Thank you. I'm just continuously worried about thinking of carbon neutral as nuclear, and but you offered good definitions. Thank you. With 50 seconds, you mentioned twice solar ideas that are doing well and that you're happy about, but that need to kind of like not be totally talked about fully and have to be kind of set down a bit. And integrated research ideas, you said the same thing, that is asked not to be looked into further at this time. To me, that is classically what I'm trying to discuss with both East Bay Community Energy and now here, that, why I can understand in this early time of COVID not to talk about these things, but why can't we talk about these things in the next 6 months to a year and really start to develop those ideas as community democratic processes and the local experience at that time? Good luck in how we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean Daly?
Pardon me, now I've unmuted myself. This issue has been on my mind as far as clean power, especially now in the last few days. And to me, I guess I have to approach this as a skeptic. First, the premise is that natural gas is bad. And when they talk about carbon, of course, now we're going overwhelmingly toward natural gas. And it says, well, it's got to be carbon neutral. Well, at least there's one natural gas plant where they take the whole output, exhaust is put into the ground. So there, it's kept in the ground, as environmentalists say. And another thing is, as the previous speaker said, nuclear is bad, we can't have that. Well, tell that to the French. 3/4 of their electricity is generated by clean, safe nuclear power. So we've seen the fruit of this. It's wonderful to have wind, it's wonderful to have solar until the wind stops blowing and the sun comes down. So, of course, we want to save the planet, reduce our carbon emission, but we're just a tiny part of the world, and the rest of the world's better catch up. And there are ways of ameliorating. I really am unhappy that they talk about shutting down natural gas plants so that we can go to a carbon-free future. There are other ways to do it. We need to prioritize, especially since it's a matter literally of life and death for some people, that they've got to have positive nuclear power. And the ways we are doing this is really a faraway harm, a marginal harm caused by the real harm to the economy and of the state of California by this kind of thing. We can see it right now before our eyes. So we should weigh rather carefully for another huge investment. You know, they say it's required. Well, maybe a little pushback, a little clarity would be good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Returning to the council, are there any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. Lori, I just want to make sure I totally understand kind of the main takeaway here. We had talked about a climate smart goal of being 100% carbon free, being able to provide 100% carbon free power by 2021, which is coming up. And it sounds to me like you are not recommending that for various reasons, one of which is that I was particularly struck by the bullets about early aggressive carbon-free portfolios actually doesn't help with statewide reductions in carbon emissions. Is that kind of a key takeaway?
Yeah, I think you're right there. That is a key takeaway. I think it's also important just to realize and separate the choices before council today. So today we're simply recommending that we not include that as part of the criteria that we'll submit to the CPUC as part of our integrated resource plan. Obviously, this analysis, taught us a lot of things, and we're reevaluating some of the strategies that we would use to meet that climate smart goal, particularly buying resources from existing resources. And we're in the middle of doing that analysis. We expect to come back to council in October around recommendations. So submitting this plan to the CPUC and deleting that does not preclude the council or us from going forward and meeting that goal by buying existing resources. But in October, we will address the concern that you raised more thoroughly, and that if we continue this strategy by buying from existing resources, we're not really doing much to move forward at the state's goal of further carbon reductions in the electric sector. So that's definitely one trade-off. Also, there's some trade-offs related to the PCIA that will come before council.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Yeah.
Lori, a question about I know we're trying to be opportunistic here, given the reduction in prices or pricing with reduced demand under COVID on some of these longer term contracts. Does that favorable pricing also extend to energy storage, battery storage?
No, what we're seeing out there right now is just standard power supply costs. In the medium term, they're depressed mainly because oil and natural gas markets are depressed right now from the economy. What we are seeing with batteries, which we've seen for a while, is some attractive pricing, but we do expect that pricing to come down. And one thing I just wanted to clarify from the earlier Hummingbird item, we certainly haven't seen any trouble procuring battery storage from developers. We've issued many solicitations. They participate, including the developer of the Hummingbird project. So that hasn't been a challenge. What has been a challenge around resource adequacy is procuring it from existing projects, particularly the natural gas plants that the utilities control. And so that continues to be a challenge. But in terms of building new resources and having developers bid into our solicitations, there's plenty of opportunity out there. We haven't seen that as a challenge.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I certainly didn't misunderstand you. I understood you to mean you're referring to PG&E.
Yeah, yeah, just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Any other questions? All right, let's vote then. Thank you, Lori.
Menez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yamas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank
Okay,
you.
let's return to item 5.1. Welcome, John. We're on the actions related to development of airport connector and Stevens Creek lines.
Good evening.
Good evening.
John Bristow, Director of Transportation. We have a short presentation we're going to give. With me tonight's Ramses Madhu, Division Manager. What I want to do is just give a quick little overview, and Ramses is going to do the bulk of the presentation. But this item was really initiated by Mayor, Vice Mayor Jones, and Council when they asked staff to really look into a new way of considering new transit options for these key corridors like this. So what you're going to see is a presentation of the results of that investigation that we did, and then some recommendations, next steps to go forward. We did partner in this with both the San Jose, Menendez San Jose International Airport, as well as the cities of Santa Clara, Cupertino, the county, and VTA to take this effort on and take a look at what new innovative transit operations might look like in this corridor. So we're pleased that we got some very good results on that, and Ramses is going to cover that. We just think this is an important new way to consider trying to do these big transit projects like this. As we all know that transit is a tough project to actually do, expensive, and takes a long time. So we wanted to investigate whether or not there was another way to go about implementing and developing these kind of things. So an incredibly important corridor, both connecting to the airport and a Dearden hub and downtown, and then actually connecting all the way out of the west side of the valley to Cupertino along San Carlos and Stevens Street corridor, a high development corridor and very important with lots of jobs and new development coming. So let me turn this over to Ramses, and we'll try to wrap up the presentation quickly. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for having us tonight. Pretty excited to talk about this project. See if I can figure out how to advance slides. There we go. So John kind of set out the big parameters there. And, you know, we took this big call that we were asked to figure out from council. How do we get new, faster transit options to the airport and along Stevens Creek? And we boiled it down to these 5 questions here. And the real primary ones are, is there actually new technologies out there that could provide high capacity, high speed transit? Is that even real, right? We've seen a lot of things. And I'll note, you'll see these images in the background here. These are all images from some of the submissions we got. So you can kind of see the kind of flavor of things we received. You know, our other question was, do these systems have any way of lowering costs, right? Transit costs an immense amount of money, both in terms of upfront costs as well as ongoing costs after that. Is there anything about these kinds of new technologies that might lower the costs on either end of that equation? And then this might be a money question as well, but it really is there a way to deploy these things faster, right? You look at the BART project, it's a 50-year project to kind of go from planner to final ribbon cutting. And so we're seeing, is there ways to do this faster? And then we're looking at, is there other financial outlooks or viable financial outlooks, or is there a way that these things can be profitable? Is another question we're really interested in. And then of course the corridors that we were really looking at. So here's the corridors we're looking at. So airport into Dearden, all the way down Stevens Creek. As John mentioned, this was a joint effort. Whilst we as staff in San Jose kind of led the development of the RFI, the city, both cities of Cupertino and Santa Clara, as well as VTA, and later in the process, the county stepped in as well, all gave an input to kind of help us with this. Through this process, we were able to kind of build a general vision for wanting high capacity transit down this corridor, and all cities together did submit a joint project idea to MTC for the Plan Bay Area update that's going on right now. And it is being actually recommended by MTC staff to be considered for regional funding. Still trying to figure out exactly how much, but right now it's in the order of 800 million to 1.2 billion is the discussion. And the airport connector, of course, is Measure A, and we're trying to make sure that that one gets acknowledged in the Plan Bay Area as well. Okay, what have we done so far? Of course, the airport connector was originally identified in Measure A back in 2000. There's been a few different studies kind of trying to figure out how to do that project. And we relied a lot on the latter studies that came out of that. And then since 2018, staff at the direction of council have been meeting along the corridor with all the different jurisdictions, kind of trying to understand how to puzzle together the pretty complex different views of what development looks like, what transportation looks like, and all of that. Then, of course, February is when we actually got our direction to go forward and try to figure out these puzzles of, are there new technologies? How can we progress transit on these corridors? And we decided to do an RFI just to kind of figure out really what was out there. And the rest was the RFI process. Okay. Our evaluation overview here, we sat together with a group of high-level managers from all the different jurisdictions and tried to figure out, all right, what do we really want to know? What are the things that really matter to us in terms of figuring out whether any of these potentially fancy ideas really look like real things? And worked with a consultant and came up with this rubric here. I won't walk through it, but please ask questions on it, of course, if you have them. So what did we get? We were somewhat astonished, honestly. We got 23 responses. 19 of them were I guess there were 4 that were kind of off topic, but 19 different things that were actually transit proposals for these corridors. The guideway types were quite broad. You had tunnels, you had viaducts, you had folks that were saying, oh, we should do mixed traffic. And we had all kinds of vehicle types, all the way from the Hyperloop and monorail kinds of things to maglev and personal rapid transit and group rapid transit. And these are kind of the pod cars that we've been seeing around. We've seen a lot of different operational models, some who just want to produce a system and then give it over to us or VTA, some that really want to see a public-private partnership, and some who are even contemplating a fully private system. And again, the funding model, we saw a similar kind of spread. The cost range was very broad. You saw some folks coming in at around 60 million. Our guess is these people haven't really thought about what a real project like this looks like when we see a number like that. And then we see on the traditional scale of cost here, 4.3 billion. And that also makes us think that this isn't a very innovative approach. We did, while we weren't trying to pick a winner, we were trying to figure out who kind of stood out the most in terms of the different goals and evaluation rubric that we set out. And there were 5 companies, and that's where all these images in the background are coming from, only these 5 companies that stood out, and they met our kind of goals the most. And that's to get there, Modutran, Boring Company, BYD, and Glideways. All right, so what are our highlights from this process? Well, one, we do believe there is a market for emerging new transit technologies that can offer fast, frequent, and reliable service. This is different than a few years back. We did do an initial study to see if we could do PRT or private rapid transit like systems for the airport to downtown, and at that point it was deemed that they weren't really viable yet. We believe that has changed. We believe these new transit technologies have inherent cost reductions. And I put this image here, which is a rendering from the company Glideways. This is their guideway. And it's in effect dumb. And now we love to say everything being smart is what we want. Well, in transit, that might not always be the case. A lot of cost goes into building a guideway. And so what we're seeing is most of the technology ends up in the vehicles themselves, which makes much less cost in the capital outlay. And of course, it goes into the vehicles, but it seemingly doesn't multiply in the same way. So we believe that because of a simpler infrastructure outlay than current mass transit options, these could offer a pretty sizable capital reduction. And we believe there are also operational cost benefits too. The other thing we're seeing is that there may be new business models for transit projects. We've had a few companies reach out to us saying they're trying to bring together private money to see if they can sponsor such a project. We don't know if they'll be able to do that or not, but at least there's enough information in the marketplace for us to say, is this something worth developing? And we think it is. And lastly, I'll highlight, this wasn't in our actual evaluation rubric, but particularly these personal rapid transit or group rapid transit vehicles have some interesting coronavirus considerations. One, they're smaller vehicles. They can hold usually 4 to 10 people at most. So you're not in a larger mixed traffic vehicle. Also, the vehicles can be pulled out of service very simply. They're automated in the way they work, and they're not, by pulling it out, you're not kind of killing a line, right? You pull a bus offline, there's a lot of labor cost and there's a lot of disruption to the route. These systems are not caught up in that same model, and so pulling them out of service to quickly clean them is something that is operationally more feasible. All right, so what are we proposing? Well, we propose for council's consideration 2 options that we believe we should do in parallel. One is a public option. This looks a lot more like what we're used to and is already ongoing, right? This is where we go to the Plan Bay area, we get the project acknowledged, and we go to VTA and we start figuring out how to bring together the project team and the funds and all of the trappings of a project. And we're already working on this as much as we can. The other one is a private option. And this is looking at what are the legal barriers or what is the legal framework that we could allow a system like this to operate on top of or under the public right of way. And the kind of the idea that we've been floating so far is something like a franchise model where we would be able to allow for the private option to come into the city. But we would make sure that particularly equity considerations and access considerations are required for a system like this to operate. And that's our presentation. Looking forward to your questions.
Yeah, just thanks, Ramtus. Just wanted to also acknowledge the memo that received from Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members Perales, Carrasco, and Davis, and they're all very good recommendations. Staff does support that, and will incorporate and include those in our future work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and for the work in attracting more than 20 provocative submissions from the private sector. We're now approaching 8 o'clock, and with 7 more items on the calendar, I'm going to reduce public comment to 1 minute with apologies to everyone, but we are going to be bumping up pretty hard against the midnight deadline, I'm guessing. So the person with the phone number ending 6262, which I believe.
Can you hear? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. So first of all, Mayor, I apologize for what I said about the DBFM. I thought you were talking about BART. DBFM is absolutely appropriate for what we're doing here. I absolutely support the staff recommendation. First question is, why didn't this go to T&E for an extensive discussion of the Kingley-Horn report rather than going directly to council? I'm very concerned about the comments. First of all, this Kingley-Horn report, I don't know what it is. I'm extremely concerned of some of the comments I've read in the press about speed and impossible TBM turns. I'd like to see that memo. And now I just sent you all the reason why none of these projects made it to Plan B 2050. And there were basically Kinley also by submissions, including a $17.7 billion BART extension to Gilroy. And my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alex Shore, welcome, Alex.
Good evening, Council. This is Alex Shore speaking on behalf of Catalyze SV. We work on a lot of projects in the Midtown San Jose area. And when we advocate around those projects, one of our core values is convenient transportation choices. And we know that Although VTA has some great options for bus transit along Stevens Creek, we know we can do better and we need to do better to allow that growth in D6 and D1 to continue to occur. So we are excited that the city is considering these options, working on these issues. We know it's a long slog and it's going to take time. We know it needs to be balanced with continuing to work with VTA and continuing to encourage VTA to maintain its service levels so that when we advocate for projects in those areas, we can continue to advocate for things like transit passes and less parking in order to build a more sustainable San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Blair Beekman?
Hi, thank you. You know, the idea of AV was first brought to the VTA back in April of 2018, and it came with a series of lectures from a professor from Stanford who talked about the ideas of economic disruption and how AVs were going to come in after a great economic disruption of the early 2020s. And it kind of set an incredible pace at the VTA to talk about that word disruption and how we could prepare for it. And I felt it was a way that I just want to thank you at this time to how to prepare ourselves. And now we're stuck with this COVID stuff and disruption. And I'm sorry that you're bringing this item up. But nonetheless, thank you that Raul Perales and Madeline Carrasca are bringing up how possibly this can travel to the east side for the future of Google things. And thank you.
Thank you. Scott Mays?
Yes, thank you. Really two concerns about this. One is cost per new rider versus a conventional bus system to the airport and out to Cupertino. The other, and particularly in that direction, is where will passengers park, assuming they're going to drive to Stevens Creek to board this thing? What kind of pressure would that put on neighborhoods surrounding the station to suddenly be full of cars of people trying to take this system to the airport or whatever? So I don't see that in any of the preliminary discussions. Would like to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Kunstler? Hello, Mr. Kunstler? We can hear somebody there.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, welcome.
All right, I'm going to speak next to the microphone. I don't know what's going on with this special mic I just had to have, and I do apologize. But I follow Monica Malone on Twitter, and I'm here that your VTA is having serious catastrophic budget problems to the point of potential cuts all the way back to 1970s. So I really think this discussion needs to be tabled until after you get the VTA working. I also understand there's a Caltrain ballot measure to save Caltrain, and hopefully that passes with a supermajority. I just don't think this should be a priority. One last thing, I do occasionally fly to and from the Bay Area, so having transit to and from there is important to me. There's still buses running out of San Jose Airport, and I really think it's important to have a transit option to and from airports because everyone walks on and walks off. And, I just think it's better for the environment to have good transit options to the airport. But of course, you also need buses to get everywhere. And I really think that should be the focus right now.
Thank you. Dean Daly? Mr. Daly, your microphone.
Excuse me, Harry. Third time's not a charm. Thanks, Mayor Liccardo, for bringing this up and commissioning this study, and thanks to the staff for doing it. It's fascinating. I'll look forward to seeing the whole report. I haven't seen it yet. But in this particular, I think in this particular case of having transit to the just to the airport, I think it's a special case. I think even the passengers will pay a substantial premium for very quick transit. And I need to ask them, maybe somebody, I can pose the question at some time. The Boring Company has already achieved this in Las Vegas. It's got their system set up to go to downtown, Las Vegas Strip from the airport there then. But I'll see. And the advantage, that unfortunately right now you have to take this bus and take it to the light rail, and the light rail is the street. The Boring Company wouldn't have that problem. So let's hope, as one Ramsey said earlier, so let it be written, so let it be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Mallon.
Hi, my name is Monica Mallon, and I live in Cambrian, and I'm a transit advocate, and I rely on transit to get around, and I'm really concerned about these projects. As some other speakers have mentioned, VTA is facing a major shortfall, and staff there will likely be proposing cuts that will bring service back to the 70s, which is going to impact VTA riders. So it's pretty insulting that you're considering an airport connector and another expensive capital project when we're about to really suffer, especially considering that all of these projects are funded by regressive sales taxes. So I really want to encourage you to consider doing BRT for the Stevens Creek corridor and just running a bus from Dearborn to the airport and not prioritizing this in Plan Bay area. I really think that we need to think about correcting the inequities of the past and prioritizing operations and bike and pedestrian programs in any future regional measure. Thank you.
Thank you. James Kuzmal.
Yes, thank you. James Kuzmal, and I just want to build on Monica's point to say I would encourage you all to think about how you can prioritize both the utility of any new transit for people getting around, as well as issues of equity. And I mean, focusing resources on an airport connector is not necessarily the most equity-focused goal, and does so while doing things like automating the corridor would reduce operational costs. Flashy new technologies are not in and of themselves valuable to transit riders, and so any proposal should be weighed against both the existing bus system as well as a simple, well-proven technology of bus rapid transit, rather than worrying inherently about trying anything new and flashy. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all the members of the community who came to speak. I appreciate that there's a lot of concern given the current state of transit, both in our region and really throughout the country. Every transit agency is limping badly, and VTA is no different, and they're struggling in a big way fiscally. I want to address some of the concerns, though, members of the community raised, because I think they're understandable, that we're facing a very serious recession now, and we already have a transit system right now we cannot afford. Why are we talking about expanding? Let me say two things about that. First, Silicon Valley isn't going to fail because there's a recession. Silicon Valley is not going to fail because there's a downturn that causes a shortfall in revenue. Silicon Valley is going to fail if we stop looking to the future, if we stop thinking about how we'll invest in the future and how we'll have a better future than however we have today. That will be our downfall. And so we absolutely have to do this work, because we know that even if we go back to the quote unquote good old days, when VTA was seemingly doing a lot better fiscally a year ago, it wasn't terribly sustainable then either. And frankly, the light rail system that is currently in place, I think many of us know, has a horribly low fare box return, an extremely high cost per rider, and is probably not a system worth maintaining in the future, which is one reason why VTA itself is undertaking a major study to look at how we might change that very technology in the 42 miles of right-of-way that light rail currently exists. And so we absolutely have to think about how we're doing everything differently. And that includes looking at these corridors where we are likely to have very high transit ridership because of all the folks who can be served, yes, including those who are transit dependent, who will very much be aligned with our equity objectives. If we think about all the workers at an airport who are working in concessions or working for the airlines or
those students at De Anza or San Jose City College, or those who might be working in any of the retail shops along Stevens Creek. We can go on and on. There is going to be a lot of demand for transit, we know, in this corridor. I know that a couple of commenters said, well, why aren't you looking at BRT? And the reality is, as far as I can tell, we are in many ways. These aren't all just newfangled technologies. As I count it, at least 3, if not 4, of these technologies are rubber tire solutions. Of the 5 that we've seemed to have identified as being the most promising, at least I think 3 of those are rubber tire. I want to ask about one of them because I'm not real clear. And I know that VTA is very much interested in looking at what might be essentially an autonomous BRT line that would replace light rail, so that we're not spending tens of millions of dollars on replacement light rail cars as those are nearing the end of their useful life. And we just continue to pour more and more capital dollars into a system that has very poor performance and not terribly great ridership. And how we might do better if we ultimately had, for example, an autonomous BRT system throughout much of that those light rail corridors, and maybe even perhaps along these corridors as well. And not only would it give us more cost-effective operations, certainly much, much lower capital costs, and a potential future-proof solution that would enable us over time as autonomy develops, ultimately to provide greater flexibility in routing as well. So I think it's important for us not to just shut off the notion that somehow or another, if we're hurting now in our current transit system, we can't think about the future and we can't think about how we can expand transit. I think we have to think about how it is we're going to design transit for a valley that is continuing to grow. And yes, I think we can walk and chew gum. That doesn't mean we won't be focused on doing all we can to sustain the transit we have. And that's why I signed the ballot measure for Caltrain. I wanted to ask a couple questions about the 5 sort of ideas that seem to align with some of our objectives. And Ramses or John, could you tell me what exactly is to get there? I'm trying to figure out if that's a rail or a tire solution.
Yeah, to get there is what's called a GRT, or Group Rapid Transit. It is a rubber tire solution, but runs in its own dedicated right-of-way. If I could share the presentation again, I can show you a quick, let's see here. I'll show you a quick view of their vehicle, and I think it explains pretty well. Here we go. The top of this slide, oops, sorry. Let's go back a couple here. All right, and there we go. So this vehicle here on the top right is their vehicle. It's a rubber tire vehicle, fully autonomous. They actually have 3 or 4 systems already running in the world. This is their new generation vehicle. Yeah.
Thank you, Ramses. I appreciate that. So among the 5 solutions we just happen to be, interested in, what they seem to have in common is I think they're all autonomous, and 4 of them are rubber tire solutions. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. BYD is actually the picture behind here is the BYD solution. And really we were looking at that kind of articulated kind of light rail-ish system there on the bottom. The top is a more expensive monorail-ish system.
Okay. And so I think that helps us get some focus on what solutions might look like, because I know that as soon as you start talking about rail, capital costs skyrocket and things get pretty out of control pretty quickly, and we're going to be competing for scarce resources, we know. And, one of the provisions, I think the very first suggestion in the memorandum that several of us co-signed is really working with VTA, because they're clearly looking at their own light rail line, as I described earlier. And it may well be that the best solution is one that's integrated with whatever technology VTA is ultimately choosing for their 42 miles of light rail line. It will soon be more than 42 miles when we get Eastridge done. And the ability, I think, to have this integrated fully would be awfully helpful. I wanted to ask about the concern that seems to be expressed about legal issues about a private use or a private transit system on public right-of-way. I know we've seen it in other countries and other cities. very common in Europe. And it's a system that's clearly open to the public. It just so happens that it's run by a private company. And I'm just guessing, I'm trying to understand what the legal problem would be, because we do this all the time with public utilities. We give them franchise agreements and we mandate that they be open to the public. What's the legal issue with regard to using a public right of way for transit that might be privately controlled?
I can give what I've learned so far. I don't know if anybody else, Nora, if there's anything you want to add to that, but what we know is, one, we don't know yet, right? That there's some issues around, is it even allowed for the public right of way itself to be used in such a way? And our initial read is probably, and exactly on the analogy that you just brought up, that just like a utility, why couldn't this be considered in the same way? There are also some rules around what transit is and how it's regulated that may also hamper us. But what we know now is that there are some issues in front of us that have been brought up by our friends in the city attorney's office that we need to address. We need to figure it out. And so I don't think we're at this moment, it's not, oh my God, there's a big worry here. It's more just, we just need to do the work to kind of find out what it might be.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think they've got a test track already up in Vegas for Boring Company, I think. And so there's going to be more of this we'll see throughout the country. And I know they're planning a potentially private project, if I'm not mistaken, as part of the high-speed rail that's planned either in Florida or Texas. I can't remember which. So I know we'll be seeing more, and hopefully we'll learn more through trial and error what they're doing out in other parts of the country. And so I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this to really understand what's out there in the market, what's possible. And I'm hoping that, I know this is not something we're going to break ground on anytime in the next year. It's going to take a lot of time. But I assume that VTA is taking our information as well. They've been engaged in some way on this, Ramses?
Yeah, absolutely. They helped write the RFI. They've been integral to the evaluation process. All the folks over there have been watching this carefully, and we're in talks about how to kind of integrate it into the high capacity transit study was where it was looking like it would land, but now the next gen study for light rail replacement seems to be the place where kind of technology decisions will be funneled. And so we're going to be working on how to bring the insights we learned here into that process.
Okay. That's great.
I just want to say VTA has been an incredible partner on this. There's not any friction. There's nothing. This has really been, we were tasked by council to do this, and VTA has been with us the entire way, always being creative and always being at the table to try to figure out how to get the most out of this process.
Thank you, Ramses. I appreciate that. And I do appreciate that VTA has been leaning on trying to find a different way, because I think they recognize what we recognize, which is the operations costs aren't sustainable right now, and the capital costs aren't sustainable. We've got to find different ways to help people, particularly transit-dependent residents, be able to get around our city, and it's not going to get any less congested. So appreciate what you guys are doing here. One last point I'll just make. I know a couple advocates mentioned bus rapid transit, and I've been a strong supporter of BRT. As a council member, we were pushing hard to get that BRT line constructed. But we've had real challenges along the Stevens Creek corridor, as I recall, in trying to persuade some of our neighboring cities to embrace BRT. Isn't that right?
Yeah, Mayor, this is John Risto again. And yes, not only Stevens Creek corridor, but VTA also had plans for bus rapid transit on the El Camino corridor up all the way to Palo Alto.
Yeah.
And it wasn't successful, and they've abandoned that line now just because it was running into too much opposition from many of the cities along there, because it was taking a lane away from traffic. Same sort of thing might occur on the Stevens Creek and San Carlos corridor. Right. And there already is a little bit of opposition to that idea along that corridor too. So you are right, that is a difficulty for VTA to proceed with.
And I'm certainly, I embrace BRT solutions. I think they're great. We ought to push them. But the reality is, I think we need a collaborative solution, and one that brings the cities along and something they can embrace. And so I'm hopeful they'll have a chance to really dig in on these models. And if it's, an issue around space constraints that they're concerned about, then maybe it is an elevated or tunnel solution. But I know we can do it a lot cheaper than standard rail. So I look forward to continue to work with surrounding cities and the VTA to see how we can make this happen, not just for this particular corridor, but really for what we can do for the whole valley. And setting a good example. And I appreciate Vice Mayor Jones' hard work with the other cities. He's been, I know, leading a group that has been convening among Cupertino and Santa Clara to really dig in on this corridor. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say, first of all, to John and Ramses, thank you for all your hard work, your vision, thinking outside the box, looking at 21st century transit and transportation solutions. It's been a heavy lift so far to get all the key stakeholders together to work collaboratively. So we've gotten Cupertino, Santa Clara, the county, as well as San Jose to come together to pursue a vision of high speed, high capacity, cost effective transit going down the Stevens Creek corridor. It is going to be a heavy lift, but I have a lot of confidence that the team that we put together and the individuals who have come together to pursue this vision are going to move forward with pursuing it and accomplishing something. Right now, the task is to put all options on the table, whether it's an innovative solution that you presented in your presentation, or it might come down to a BRT solution. But right now, we're starting out by putting all options on the table, looking at all possibilities, and then narrowing in on a final solution. So I want to move the memo from the mayor, myself, Councilmember Perales, Carrasco, and Davis to pursue this vision of a high-speed transit going down Stevens Creek Boulevard, as well as connecting to the airport.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Jeb?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I just want to comment on the issue of the public and private partnership. I really think that I'm enthused by this, and I hope that we find a way to do it. I've given a lot of thought to public-private partnerships in general and how the city can leverage this sort of thing. I've read about how it works in Ohio or in parts of Europe. I've come to the conclusion, and perhaps incorrectly, hopefully incorrectly, but I've come to the conclusion that in San Jose, it's hard for us to leverage these kind of partnerships because generally when cities in other places do it, the city or the government uses publicly owned land somehow and puts it into a pot and then changes zoning rules and lets the private industry come in to monetize it somehow for the public benefit, to generate resources and funds for the public benefit. And I think in San Jose during the Great Recession, we more or less sold off all of our parcels, and now we're even struggling to find parcels to build tiny home villages and affordable housing. So I'm still all in on the idea, whether it's just offering up public right of way and we control it somehow, but there's a way to monetize it so the private sector can come in and do it. But I encourage the city to keep thinking about ways to do it. And I'm supportive of all this. I hope something like this is able to connect the Berryessa station to the airport as well. And I'll yield.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the work and the presentation from staff as well. For me, certainly wasn't lost that, we're talking about these state-of-the-art potentially solutions connecting an area like Cupertino into downtown San Jose and Dierdon. And that meanwhile, as the mayor pointed out, we have an outdated and not very well functioning transit system connecting south and north and east San Jose. And unfortunately, though, the connection to east San Jose is still lacking in one portion, and that is actually where the BRT is, because it's such a disjointed connection where we have light rail, which fortunately we're talking about an extension to East Ridge, regardless if it's traditional light rail. That's another component, but I'll mention that briefly. But we have BRT connecting to what will be a BART line, a BART stop on Santa Clara once it comes in. But if you were on East San Jose trying to get to the airport, you can currently take a light rail ride and kind of wrap around North San Jose and come down First Street, which is excruciatingly long. Or if we had these services like BART already, you could take maybe light rail from Eastridge or whatever that is in the future along that line. But then you'd have to take BRT, and then you'd hop onto a BART, and then you'd have to hop onto this airport connector if it existed. And so certainly that did not seem as though that would be the right kind of equity we'd be looking for in our public transportation models. Although we were excited to get BRT to finally connect some people from the east side into the downtown. The line itself, as we know, the BRT line does not go far enough, much like we saw some challenges, as was mentioned by staff, with BRT along El Camino. And so certainly we know that there are challenges there with BRT really being the go-to model. For me, as we explored this opportunity, what I felt was important was that we incorporate that work into the vision studying or the next gen study, looking at what we're going to do with light rail as a whole. And certainly we've already started that work and given that direction to VTA staff, for those of us that are on the VTA board, when it comes to that expansion to East Ridge. And so I think tying this work together is certainly the right step. And that would be, in my mind, the first step towards achieving equity for both a connection from East and West San Jose. But I also think what would need to be included would be thought around what happens with that BRT line, and would we not want to extend the system in the future as well, the light rail system or whatever takes its place, and put that in place of the BRT line and run that, so that way we both have a great connection from East San Jose and from West San Jose, and beyond, right, Cupertino. And so I think that's an opportunity that I wanted to make sure was presented here, and was happy to ensure that was included. And we'll be supporting the motion and look forward to this work in the years ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? All right, let's vote then on Vice Mayor Jones' motion.
Jimenez? Jimenez? Morales?
Yes.
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza? Esparza? Arenas?
Yes.
Bully?
Aye.
Yemis?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Licardo?
Aye. Aye.
Esparza? Okay, marking Esparza absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6.2 are actions related to the issuance of non-exclusive franchise agreements for collection, transport, and disposal of residential cleanout material and construction demolition debris. There's no presentation.
No presentation, Mayor.
I heard a motion, I think, from Councilmember Foley.
Yes.
Blair Beekman, we'll go to the public now. Blair Beekman, we're on 6.2. This is the non-exclusive franchise agreements for collection, transport, and disposal of cleanout material and C&D debris.
Hi, thank you. For this item, if this can in some way relate to homeless cleanup days on, say, Saturday mornings and Saturday afternoons, I hope it can help. I hope it can be part of a good process, how we can all clean garbage in the creeks and homeless areas, and it can be a community experience for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Sriram, welcome. Sriram, if you could please take your device off mute, then we'll be able to hear you. It appears your device is still muted. Sriram, nope. Okay, your device is still on mute. Okay, we'll return then to the council. Are there any questions from the council? Let's vote then.
I didn't get a second on that.
Second.
Got it. Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yamas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6.3 is the San Francisco Bay Area Integrated Regional Water Management Plan and Prop 1 Integrated Regional Water Management Program Grant. There's no presentation, Dave?
No, there's not, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go to the public. Any comments on item 6.3, which is the Bay Area Integrated Regional Water Management Plan? There are none. We'll come back to the council.
Move approval.
Second.
Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yamas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, 8.1 is a report on economic indicators to evaluate need for continuing the eviction moratorium and extension of COVID-19 eviction moratorium to September 30th, 2020. There is a presentation.
There is. Yes, there is.
Welcome.
All right. All right, good afternoon and evening, or evening, I guess I should say, Mayor and council members. My name is Rachel Vanderveen, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Housing Department. I'm joined tonight by Jackie Morales-Ferran, Director of Housing, as well as Deputy City Attorney Chris Alexander. And from the Office of Economic Development, I'm joined by Chris Burton, Deputy Director, and Bige Yilmaz, Executive Analyst. From the onset of the shelter-in-place order, the city has taken actions to keep residents housed in an effort to slow the COVID-19 spread, including but not limited to establishing an eviction moratorium. At the June 23rd City Council meeting, the council extended the residential eviction moratorium through August 31, 2020, and directed staff to return and report back regarding economic matrix that are guiding staff's recommendation to extend or lift the moratorium. Nationally, there's a widespread consensus among housing and economic experts that a high number of evictions will occur without eviction moratorium in place. Experts anticipate evictions will be concentrated among those with lower incomes, in communities of color, and undocumented workers. Staff from Housing and the Office of Economic Development have worked together to explore different economic indicators to help us make these decisions and inform our recommendation today to extend the residential eviction moratorium through September 30th, 2020. The City of San Jose continues to prioritize housing stability amidst the ongoing shelter-in-place health order from Santa Clara County. Our first indicator that we have taken a look at is unemployment. The San Jose unemployment rate of 12.4 is higher than the county average and above the peak from the Great Recession in California. For context, in January 2010, the unemployment rate in San Jose reached 12.3%. According to the San Jose Metropolitan Statistical Area, or MSA, 95,000 jobs have been lost since February 2020. The city's percentage of total county unemployment has risen sharply since the shelter-in-place order from 55 to 62% of the county's total. There are approximately 60,000 San Jose residents out of work as of July 2020. In terms of the impact this has for the city of San Jose, the most important indicator is unemployment. We've seen this rate fluctuate over the last few months. In February, San Jose's unemployment rate was sitting in record low levels at 2.9%, then jumped to 13.8 in April and 12.4 in June. The rate of recovery in employment must be viewed alongside the overall rate of unemployment for the city and individual claims for unemployment insurance. I want to highlight a few points from this information. First, San Jose recovery relies on the Bay Area recovery. In part, this is because the San Jose labor force is larger than the number of jobs within the city, and so relies upon a broader economic recovery in the Bay Area and beyond. Second, there are wide discrepancies among industry sectors. The sectors of food service, retail, arts and entertainment, and recreation have been hit especially hard. Finally, low-income residents and communities of color are disproportionately impacted. Jobs within 3 industries hit the hardest generally employ low-wage workers and people of color. As you can see, the percentage of recovered rate is significant. For leisure and hospitality, the percentage recovered is 51%, while retail is less than 5% has recovered. These hard-hit sectors have a different recovery rate than some of the other sectors, such as construction, which has actually recovered as much as 99%. The volume and scale of unemployment insurance filings are being driven by a repetitive filing of claims. As businesses open, close, open again, due to changing health orders, unemployment insurance claims are filed on each occasion. Additionally, unemployment insurance can be filed when hours are reduced. And so residents who remain employed, however, they've had reduced income, they will also show up in these numbers. What we found is that a record number of unemployment insurance applications have been filed. Between March and June, the city of San Jose experienced 12 times the volume of claims filed when compared to rates reported pre-COVID. The share of additional claims has risen dramatically since the peak of the crisis and is also higher than pre-crisis levels. The average monthly amount paid in benefits as the shelter-in-place came into effect is $128 million for the county and $82 million for the city of San Jose. For context, in February, the payout of benefits totaled $9 million. Sectors hardest hit tend to employ low-income workers and those who are more likely to be renters. Data published in August by EDD and UCLA identified that since shelter-in-place, workers in low-income sectors with variable working hours such as hotels, retail, personal care, and construction accounted for 55% of all initial claims for unemployment insurance in Santa Clara County. This creates a greater challenge for low-income households in our city as residents working in these sectors are more likely to be renters in San Jose than in other job classes. The uncertainty around unemployment benefits serves as an indicator for our ongoing concern for our renters regarding the lack of income necessary to pay for rent. And I'm going to turn the presentation over to Jackie.
City has taken action to address landlords' financial concerns and residents' fear of eviction related to COVID-19 by funding rental assistance to those in need with the requirement that the funds go directly to the landlord. This funding provides financial support to property owners and relieves tenants impacted by COVID-19 from mounting rent debts. To date, the city has awarded $17.5 million in rental assistance. The majority of these awards are being distributed based on an evaluation on vulnerability and need during the intake process. In addition, the Housing Department is finalizing funding for approximately $7 million in tenant rental assistance from the city's coronavirus relief funds from the CARES Act, which you all approved to be granted to Sacred Heart Community Services. These funds will also be used to provide relief for tenants impacted by COVID-19. In total, close to $25 million will provide rental assistance directly to property owners to provide relief for tenants unable to pay their rent. The City of San Jose is the largest contributor of rental assistance funding in the county. Next slide. I'm going to keep going until Rachel figures that out. So the next slide is actually, it's a good slide because it's going to show you the eviction risk near term. It's a map. There it is. Residents that were economically fragile pre-COVID-19 are now in an even more precarious position. Communities of color and those earning a low income are disproportionately represented in the job sectors most impacted by the pandemic, as Rachel already covered. During today's COVID-19 presentation by Dr. Cody at the Board of Supervisors meeting, she reported that Latinx people have consistently been the demographic most represented in the number of COVID-19 cases. Today, she reported that over the last 3 weeks, the number of cases among Latinx people represents 63% of the total numbers in the county. The Public Health Department is working on reports to determine the location, but they will need help from our local service providers to better understand the data. The map that you see before you is a collaboration with UCLA, and it displays neighborhoods in Santa Clara County zoomed into the City of San Jose by their Renter Vulnerability Index. The orange areas represent neighborhoods that are vulnerable, with dark areas denoting the greatest vulnerability. The blue areas represent neighborhoods that are less vulnerable, with darker shades denoting the lowest. The Renter Vulnerability Index is just one of a growing number of tools being created by experts in housing, economics, and eviction to identify and provide insights regarding those communities hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, earlier today, the Urban Institute released a new tool they call the Emergency Rental Assistance Index to guide government relief efforts. Housing staff working with the Office of Economic Development is evaluating this tool as I speak to you today, and will continue to track and incorporate the latest advances and best practices into our indicator analysis. Next slide. The eviction risk is longer term. This map is the unemployment claims filed by zip code and council districts from March to August. We see in the areas of red having the highest levels of unemployment claims at below 17,392 and orange at less than 7,667. These are weekly claims for unemployment insurance. Many are repeat claims as working hours are reduced, so residents file for unemployment insurance. This generates great change under employment with fear of future unemployment. Our last slide is our recommendation, which is to extend the moratorium. I did want to report that earlier this evening, the Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to extend the county eviction moratorium to September 30th, or the end of November if the state moratorium is extended. So basically, the county moratorium will extend automatically based on what the state of California does. Tonight, the Housing Department is recommending extending the moratorium until September 30th because it provides eviction protections for renters still being financially impacted by COVID-19 And more importantly, it is aligned with the county's action today. We would also ask that you consider the county's action to have just an automatic extension aligned with the state moratorium if possible. And this concludes our presentation. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Before we go to the public, I just want one question because I've been trying to grapple this some time. Why wouldn't you just pick a date further out? I understand there's an opportunity to align with the state, but why not December 31st?
Well, we hadn't originally, I think because of the last time we came before you all and you were asking us to track these economic indicators, that there had appeared to us because of the length of time of the moratorium that perhaps we need to have this data behind us to ensure that we're making the best economic decisions as possible. But certainly we understand in the short term, we don't see any stop to what's happening. And there is this point of trying to provide certainty to both landlords and tenants that I think would, provide some sense of relief for all parties involved, and frankly could help us better structure our programs and response.
Okay, I appreciate that one option is the September 30th. Another option is sort of aligned with the state. A third option might be just picking a date that's further out. And I'd ask you to consider what date you would pick if that were the option we selected. It'd be helpful to know. We'll go to the public now. And this is public comment specifically on the extension of the eviction moratorium and some of the economic indicators used as a basis for that extension. Michael Trujillo, welcome.
Hi, my name is Michael Trujillo, and I'm staff attorney at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I want to thank council for once again extending the eviction moratorium and urge council to adopt Councilmember Perales' memorandum, which would permanently protect renters who have lost income and cannot pay rent from eviction, while preserving the landlord's ability to seek that back rent through mediation, small claims court, or a civil lawsuit. This amendment to the city's existing eviction moratorium is a common sense solution to the stark reality that tens of thousands of our region's most vulnerable tenants will face eviction once the eviction moratorium expires. Now, more than ever, City Council's leadership is needed to ensure that all San Jose renters have a chance to remain housed, sheltered from a coronavirus, and ready to return to work once this crisis passes. Please adopt Councilmember Perales' memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Helen Doherty.
My name is Mary Helen Doherty, a member of PAC's housing team, and ask your support to extend the eviction moratorium as long as possible, and your support for Councilmember Perales' memo that would permanently remove back rent unpaid during the moratorium as a basis for eviction. Your action would provide protection for renters who have lost income from eviction while preserving a landlord's ability to seek that back rent through mediation, small claims court, or a civil lawsuit. A disproportionate number of these renters will be Black, Latinx, or undocumented, and many are essential workers who are working every day to support us. This proposal is fair. It still allows a landlord to seek the back rent they are owed through legal means while taking eviction off the table for the tenant. Please support our neighbors in greatest need. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges.
Good evening, Mayor Carter and the council and housing staff. Thank you for all your research. I just want to second everything Mary Helen just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitch Mankin.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you to staff for the thorough presentation and well-researched report. My name is Mitch Mankin, and I'm speaking on behalf of Silicon Valley at Home, the voice of affordable housing in Silicon Valley. We would like to support the extension of the eviction moratorium as proposed. We also support the idea endorsed by Councilmember Perales in his memo to tie the eviction moratorium to the expiration of the local state of emergency. Staff's proposed idea of extending automatically if the state takes action would also achieve this goal. The previous model of extending the eviction moratorium more or less month by month is understandable given the degree of uncertainty we've all been facing. But at this point, we need to recognize that the pandemic conditions we're working under are unfortunately not going away anytime soon. Palo Alto did tie its eviction moratorium to the local declaration of emergency in May, so there is precedent for this. We also want to recognize these are temporary solutions to a larger problem, and we will continue to work with stakeholders to find solutions that address needs of all parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Buchanan?
Thanks, Mayor and Council. Would like to urge your support for the memo from Councilmember Perales. Certainly, we've talked a lot about the data. You know, in our report, we found 43,000 families at the highest risk of eviction in Santa Clara County. The majority of those being in the city of San Jose. But really, beyond the data, the stories that we hear in talking with tenants, folks that have lost jobs and trying to find a way to make ends meet. It's untenable out there right now for folks, even who are trying to do everything right. To be able to pay this back rent is an enormous burden. And so trying to move as San Francisco, Oakland, Solano County, Alameda County, and others have moved to make that protection permanent to ensure that even in terms of back rent, tenants are not facing the threat of eviction, but still allowing landlords the ability to reclaim that back rent through other civil means. We think this is the right way to go and encourage council to vote yes and support the Perales memo.
Ellen, welcome.
Hello, can you
Hello?
hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I think I have more of a questions and a comment. So is it still allow the tenants have 1 year to pay back? I think that was the previous memo. And for some of the renters, some of them in like retail, I guess the shop may not be open for a quite long time. And this COVID situation, we don't know if it will end in 6 months or we hope it'll be sooner. Is there any longer term solution? Like those people get unemployed, should we try to help them getting into the area they can find a job? I'm thinking about more like longer term beyond the like September. If you have any insight, I'd appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Bigman?
Felt good to get back in school.
Blair Bigman?
Here, hold on, almost here, up to my speech. Okay. And whatever vaccines can be developed for public use by the fall, and to note that schools won't even be in session until January 2021, it seems fair to consider that California state of emergency orders will be in effect until at least April 2021. The date AB 1436 is basing to begin its payback period of a year of tenant rent. This 1 year should be open to negotiation to 2, 5, and 10 years. And of course, this bill gives good mortgage forgiveness for owners. Some may feel a month-to-month eviction moratorium can be nimble and flexible, but I fear these ideas may only string along deeper human rights concerns and leaving people continuously confused, uninformed, and subject to irrational fears and actions like unnecessary threats to court trials. As I explained the long-term ideas of Berkeley earlier, to make things clear to everyone is the most important goal at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Hall?
I just wanted to find out if Prop 16 was still on the agenda tonight.
It is later tonight, yes.
Thank
Kevin Ma?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the council. I'd like to support an eviction moratorium extension as far as possible. In addition, I would like to support Councilmember Perales' memo to remove the unpaid rent as a reason for basis of eviction. As we know, in the state level, we have AB 1436 that is doing similar things at the state level. Unfortunately, is under negotiation due to the reduced status of the legislative calendar. But we do understand that given the current economic stance, there's very little chance for people to really make up for the rent. And if we do not prevent the rent from being a non-starter for eviction, then we're going to see a massive eviction wave throughout the county and throughout the city that will inflame the current homelessness crisis we face in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, returning to council. Councilmember Pross?
Give me a sec here.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you, staff, for this, and appreciate the work being done here. As was noted by some of the speakers, I have a memo that I issued asking for a couple things, and I do believe that my first direction would more or less be achieved by what the county just did, but I want to get feedback from staff to see if you agree with that. I'm just kind of understood or heard kind of quickly what you were saying, but I believe that would be the case, correct?
Councilmember, do you mind just repeating your question? I can explain what happened with the county, but I want to make sure I knew could hear your question again.
So my recommendation one asked that we amend our eviction moratorium to extend it to align with the local declared state of emergency, and wanted to see if effectively that's what the county did. And if
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So I did listen into the county discussion just a couple, an hour ago. Anyway, and what they did is actually they're really leaning on the state's action, and so this rather than leaning on the local emergency, what they're doing is following the state action. The number one reason they're doing that is because they have both a commercial and a residential eviction moratorium. And the authority for the county to put in place a commercial eviction moratorium actually is rooted in the state law. So they have tried to stay in step with the state every step of the way so that they can also maintain their commercial eviction moratorium. So I would just say that the county's action, they did discuss the local emergency that came up, but really they are tied more into the state's action due to their dependence, if you will, on the state allowing them to maintain their commercial eviction moratorium.
But and what I would add is just in response to the mayor's question to the housing department regarding our recommendation, upon further reflection, we believe that it is most defensible if we tie it to the local emergency if we want to extend it for more time past September. So the fact that we already have an extension, I believe it goes to the end of October maybe for the local emergency, that would be the best way to extend this past September.
Okay, so then maybe I heard in your presentation that you were saying of what the county did and that maybe that was a direction you wanted to recommend, but that may not be the case then, correct?
Correct. After conferring whether we had the sufficient findings to make that today, it probably not, but we do have sufficient findings to align it with the local emergency.
Okay, and yeah, I mean, my interest would be obviously to give a little bit more certainty on our eviction moratorium. And I do recognize the importance, though, of the analysis that we've been doing, especially for a legal defense purpose, right? Every month. So I didn't necessarily want to say that shouldn't be done, but the idea would be that would be, information that we could have in case we needed it, and indeed information that would help the council as it moves forward with further decisions, but that we would just base our eviction moratorium off of the local state of emergency. My third recommendation is looking at the prohibition of non-payment of rent that was not paid during the COVID-19 pandemic, prohibiting that as a cause for eviction at any time after the eviction moratorium ends. And I think we showed as coming out the gate first in regards to having an eviction moratorium leading the way here. And unfortunately, though, a number of other cities around the Bay Area have now passed stronger policies protecting tenants during this time. And that's my main interest, really considering what we see going on. And in fact, as the Working Partnerships USA report had denoted, we know this is an issue, but specifically an issue affecting our Black and Latino communities, being more than 3 times as likely, reporting that they will be unable to pay their June rent. And in that report, and then when they were asked their ability to pay their next month's rent, the same individual renters are 2 to 3 times as likely to report having no confidence or only slightly confident in being able to pay their rent next month. So we know that this is an equity issue as well. We already know that COVID, right, is disproportionately affecting these same communities. And certainly after the repayment ends, it's my belief tenants should not have to face eviction if they're unable to pay. Families should not be displaced over something that they had no control over. And we already knew we were in a housing crisis before this. And I do believe we should take any steps necessary to protect these residents and try to stop an impending surge of homelessness in our city. As we know, we just had the discussion earlier on our community plan to end homelessness. This would be a dramatic surge if we were not able to do something to prevent that. And so I do want to move to accept the staff recommendation and include my memorandum.
Okay, motion from Councilmember Perales. There's a second?
Second.
Second, Roscoe. Quick question, Jackie. If we were simply to extend the emergency further out, would that provide the legal justification for extending the eviction moratorium further out?
I'm going to ask the city attorney's office to take that question.
Well, and maybe if I could just jump in. So I think the local emergency needs to be re-ratified every 60 days. As the council knows, we bring that forward every 60 days. So I'm not sure how that would factor in.
Is that by state law, Dave?
I believe it is. Now that you're asking a legal question, we certainly should bring Nora into that. But I do 2 things I know. We've been ratifying it every 60 days. And to cease the emergency, we actually need to come to council for that action as well.
Right. So,
Chris,
Nora, I'm sorry.
Chris Alexander is on the line, and he's been doing the work on this. So hopefully we can bring him up and he can handle some of these questions. Chris, are you there?
Yes, Nora, I'm here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Welcome, Chris. I'm not sure you heard my question, so let me just repeat it. Is there any reason why we're restricted to 60-day period for declaration of local emergency?
I thought it's by the Muni Code. I would have to double check that to confirm, but it's my understanding that I thought that the Muni Code had limited the extensions to every 60 days. And, you know, the eviction moratorium is really based upon, you know, a temporary measure that is to address the ongoing economic impact to the rental community. So what housing has attempted to do and has tried to keep the council updated is, you know, what are the economic factors that are impacting the rental community and how is that changing month after month, and being such a dynamic situation, it continues to make ways in which there's findings that would support whether or not we can justify continuing the moratorium out month after month. It isn't tied directly to our declaration of an emergency that is under the health and safety codes. And so this is the moratorium is based on the police powers to protect the rental community and stabilize those rentals that are impacted by COVID-19. And that's really been the basis for extending it every 30 days or every 60 days as we've done thus far.
Okay. So then, just to understand, Councilmember Perales, I understand your motion to include a permanent restriction for back rent, a permanent restriction against eviction for payment of back rent. Does your motion also include an extension of eviction moratorium for the full, is it 60, how long is our current emergency order out to, Jackie? Is it October?
I'm deferring to the city manager just to confirm the date. I believe it is until October.
I believe that's right. We just brought forward approval of extension. I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So Councilor Prowse, would you consider extending the eviction moratorium for current payment of rent until the end date of the emergency period?
Are you asking that I
amend the motion?
Amend my recommendation number 3 to line up with that timeline? Is that what you're saying?
I think your number 3 relates to the permanent prohibition, isn't that right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually referring to something slightly different because, I mean, I know that for a period of time it's all the same, but your permanent may or may not matter. I'm just thinking out loud here. Because the eviction moratorium we had in place was for payment of current rent. It may not matter. That's fine. I'll withdraw it. With regard to the suggestion of Councilmember Perales in the motion, item number 3, Chris, my understanding is that's been litigated. It's being litigated now in San Francisco. Do we know when that appellate court will decide that issue?
There doesn't appear to be a briefing schedule at this time. I spoke with Nora about this earlier, and she's more familiar with litigation timelines, especially with appeals. I think, and Nora can chime in here if she feels necessary. I think it's going to be, around a year or more, unless they fast track it for some reason through the court system and through the briefing schedules. But it could be some substantial amount of time.
Nora, do you have any?
That's the 1st district. They're much larger than the 6th district down here, but I think a reasonable time for an appeal is a year.
Okay, in this case, I know that they had, it looks like a preliminary injunction or something because they moved pretty quickly. I think they filed in June and got a decision on August 3rd at the Superior Court. And so I assume there's some kind of expedited. Yeah, a lawsuit was filed June 30th. It was heard July 31st, decided August 3rd. Anyway, okay, I guess we'll learn more if they set a schedule. My question then is, I'm just thinking out loud here about the implications. For the period of time in which we have an eviction moratorium, theoretically, it won't matter whether it's permanent or not, because for the purposes of preserving someone's tenancy, it won't matter because in either case, there's a moratorium. But I can imagine that landlords could sue us claiming that by imposing a permanent ban on evictions for back rent, we could be encouraging people not to pay the back rent and then liable for that amount. And I can imagine how that amount could get really large over a lot of landlords. And so I'm just trying to understand whether it makes any difference today if we're trying to just protect tenants, whether we make it permanent or simply push it out to the furthest date possible. If what we really want to do is understand whether or not this is legal before we decide to subject the city to hundreds of millions of dollars of liability. And Chris, do you have any view on this?
Sure. I think there's a couple of things we can consider when making a recommendation on what to do. One of the things is you could continue the moratorium, and if say it's continued until the end of the year, we end up deciding that, down the road there's going to be a period of time, 6 months afterwards, in which the tenants have to pay at least half of that balance back. So during that time, they are protected from being evicted under the current provisions of the moratorium. Then they're going to have an additional 6 months to pay the remaining balance of whatever they owed whatever they accrued during the moratorium period that, in this scenario, we're talking about the end of December. So there's going to be at least 6 additional months after the moratorium where they can't get evicted for failing to pay that rent. So that does buy some time to let the courts determine whether or not the permanent ban will be upheld under appeal. In addition, there is the AB 1436 state legislation that was discussed earlier during item 3.1, also considering a 12-month ban on evictions for rent that accrues during their particular period under the state of emergency. And the way that it's written right now is the state of emergency goes until April 1st, 2021. So that's another 8 months from now, essentially, that the extension of the emergency could extend to. And then after that, landlords cannot evict for an entire year for that rent that's owed during the state of emergency. The interesting thing about that is that the Code of Civil Procedure that allows for evictions has a 1-year limitation. So if you can't evict them for a full year after the emergency, and then the state law cause of action for unlawful detainer doesn't allow you to evict for any rent that's owed older than a year, then effectively that would create a ban on evicting tenants for that balance of rent. So it's a long-winded way of going about a similar process that we're talking about here, which is an eviction ban. But I think that the state law might actually do the exact same thing by passing AB 1436, which would then, apply across the state. And no one could get evicted across the state for a rental balance that was accrued during their emergency, which could be much longer than we extend our moratoriums or other cities. So we have time. I don't think we need to decide on a permanent ban now. I think we could track the appeal. We could track AB 1436 and decide down the road whether we think it's appropriate to place a local ban here in San Jose based on, findings that we have that would support it.
Thank you, Chris. I guess where I'm going with this is our goal is trying to prevent tenants from being evicted because they're unable to pay rent because of all the the brutal economic reality that's all around us right now. If it's the case, we can keep people in their homes either way. I guess the question is, are we going to be incurring legal liability by putting something in place now that landlords will subsequently sue on and say, you're encouraging people not to pay back rent that they otherwise might be paying if they didn't think they were going to have a permanent ban on eviction. And I guess I'm just trying to understand what the liability risk is. And I know it's still working its way up the courts. I know it was decided in San Francisco's favor in the Superior Court. I know it's still being challenged. So Chris or Nora, do you have any idea or opinion about what liability risk might be?
I think the threat that landlords pose towards cities who have enacted similar bans, Los Angeles was facing a lawsuit in federal court, San Francisco is facing this appeal. They've challenged it under, a takings claim and breach of the contracts clause under the U.S. Constitution and California Constitution. I mean, the implications could very well be that the lost rent is what they demand as their damages, and I don't know whether a court would award that if they found in favor of the landlords, but it's something that's perhaps possible and a big liability for a city to take upon itself.
Right. So I guess what I'd ask is if Councilmember Perales would consider having that very issue come back to us so we can better understand what's happening legally in those other courts. And also we can better understand what's happening at the state legislative level, which may accomplish the very goal that I think you're trying to accomplish, Councilmember. In either case, it appears in the meantime, the protections against tenant eviction will remain in place, but we'll have the benefit of time in gathering information and understanding what the legal ramifications are of that action and whether or not there's a better state alternative. So I guess what I'm asking is if there would be a willingness, a friendly amendment to have that item, I guess would be a recommendation 3, come back to us in 30 to 60 days, whenever the attorneys have some new information, or certainly, before the expiration of our own tenant eviction, we want to make sure we don't leave anybody out in the cold. But have that come back to us at a future date.
I want to see maybe if Chris knows or staff, who is being sued right now? Is it just the state of San Francisco?
The city and the county of San Francisco and the city of Los Angeles.
Both cities,
both,
okay.
As far as I know, yeah, both cities. Their legislation is a little bit different. LA's is their moratorium. It's not a permanent ban on evictions, but their moratorium is through their state of emergency, and in federal court they're arguing that under the same sort of claims, the contracts clause violations, takings, and preemption under state law. So similar claims, but a different type of legislation. The permanent ban on San Francisco's, which is moving a lot quicker through the courts, is through the state courts and has so far been upheld, but it's still being challenged through the courts.
How soon do you think we'd be able to have some more clarity?
Well, I think with state law, we'll hopefully know really soon whether the state legislature has passed it and the impacts of that. And we can, I think, provide the council with a summary of how that impacts the city of San Jose and the state. I think that will be quite revealing for the council to help them decide what is necessary or what's appropriate for the city of San Jose to continue to protect the tenants after the moratorium ends.
If I could just weigh in there, Councilmember, my understanding from the governor's team is they're expecting something to reach their desk in the next couple of weeks. And the governor's going to sign it.
He'd still have to sign it.
Yeah, and I think the indication is that he would. I know he's been working on details with them, but.
Okay. And I believe Oakland, Alameda, they have not been sued, correct?
Not to my knowledge. There hasn't been anything publicly that I've read or saw posted about it. So
and
perhaps not. I think most people are following San Francisco.
I don't believe we have our legislative team here like Benna to get an understanding look, Benna.
She appears.
So I'm curious. I'm wondering if right, the state, the legislature, and the governor are they kind of building any of their their arguments off of local cities, right? In the ordinance that they've passed, i.e., right, would we be sending a stronger message and hoping that this actually passes and the governor does sign it if we did pass this today? And I guess similarly, if we think we're only a few weeks away, the liability of maybe getting sued within those few weeks is pretty low. Similar to what the mayor's asking for right now, right? Is, hey, could we just wait a couple of weeks? I'm thinking, maybe the risk is pretty low. And going back to the question, and I'm sorry, I'm rambling too long, but the question, Ben, is right, would it help?
Sure, and just to clarify, so the last day of session is actually August 31st, so the bills have to reach the governor's desk by then. As the mayor mentioned, They are in active negotiations and something might be coming fairly soon. I know that the legislature is definitely paying attention to what cities are doing, and they're trying to just work with many different stakeholders at the state level to craft a solution. I know it's been very contentious and it's very delicate negotiations up there, but certainly I think they are paying attention to us and we'll listen to what we say as well.
Okay, that's helpful. And you know, guess I'm struggling just a little bit, Mayor. I'm not saying that there's no merit in the argument, right? Of there could be some inherent risk legally, and that it's, you know, maybe it would be less risky to just wait a few weeks. I also think, though, that we could be, you know, adding to the voices in the many cities that have led this conversation, and likely why the state and the governor would act. So that's the only reason I would want to kind of keep with my motion. I'm willing. I see that some of our colleagues have chimed or have raised their hand. I'm willing to hear them out, and then we can come back to the friendly amendment.
And just to clarify, I know I've endorsed the Chew bill. Has the city endorsed the Chew bill? I'm trying to remember.
No, I don't. I think Jackie might be able to comment on this as well. I think I saw some email traffic today.
This is the David Chew bill.
We did.
We did. Okay. So the city's already endorsed it. Okay. So we are clearly speaking up in support of the tenant protection that would be in front of the governor, we hope very soon. Okay. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. Hold on, let me. Okay. So thank you. I just wanted to support this work. I think we can see clearly from the data that districts 3, 5, and 7 are the hardest hit communities, and these same communities are hit hardest by the pandemic. I actually wanted to give a couple of some statistics because I think whenever we talk in moratoria, there are a lot of misconceptions out there. Only 30% of apartments in the city are owned by San Jose-based companies. The majority of multi-housing units are not based in our region. The majority of them are owned by companies and investors based outside of Santa Clara County. So the majority of landlords are not mom and pops. Small landlords with 1, 3, or 4 bedroom buildings own only about 1 in every 20 apartments in the city. And the largest property owners, those with 40 or more rental units, own more than 3/4 of all multifamily apartments. Also, I wanted to point out that in San Jose, the largest landlords actually own the majority of below standard rental housing in the city, and companies outside of San Jose. So again, these are not the mom and pops, but companies outside of the city own the majority of units with rental property with the most reported code violations in San Jose. And so I just wanted to bring those statistics up because it helps when we talk about who we are trying to help and which tenants are being hit hardest. In my district, throughout COVID, I have had a number of my constituents be hit with rental increases and evictions that weren't supposed to happen, but nonetheless they did. And so this eviction protection, we need to offer whatever eviction protection.
I'm sorry, I think we just lost you, Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, I just said thank you and
Oh, okay.
I'm good. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Perales, I missed your response on removing item 3 or not. Did you decide to keep it into your memo, or where did you end up on that?
My current motion still stands. The mayor was asking for a friendly amendment, not to actually remove it, but he was asking to postpone it for a few weeks. I think that's the short summary of it.
Okay. Okay.
And
Thank
I didn't accept it at the moment. I just kind of said, I'm chewing it over.
Okay, I heard you chewing. I didn't know if you swallowed on it yet. I really appreciate your memo, and I support the first and second. I'm concerned about the third as it relates to the pending lawsuits and legal action in San Francisco and Los Angeles, and I don't want to expose our city to that sort of liability as well, even though it may be a short time before we bring this back to discuss it, and it's a gamble at whether we would be sued. I don't want to take that risk as a council member, putting our dollars, our limited dollars at risk. I wouldn't want to expose us until we know for sure about what's happening in San Francisco or Los Angeles. Additionally, that provision concerns me because of its perpetuity. Would you consider modifying it if you're not willing to extend it or bring it back in 30 days or 60 days? Would you consider modifying it to a year payback or a year and a half payback? But to say ever or at any time, that says to me that the tenant can not pay the back rent, which is an agreement between the landlord and the tenant, and that can happen. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to see anybody evicted at this time for back rent. I don't want to see anyone evicted during the moratorium. I think we should extend it to September 30th. If we could do it longer, I'd probably agree with that as well. But when we are taking that pot of money that isn't being paid to the landlord, or isn't being paid to the landlord, over time it's becoming so large that it becomes untenable for a tenant to pay it back at any point. And so I heard the comment or the people from the public say, well, you can seek civil penalties for it. Well, that may be true, but if you have a tenant who's paying your current rent, you're probably not going to sue them for back rent if you're going to keep them in your property. It's weird to be, for me to think of a landlord's going to be suing for back rent, but allow their tenant who's still paying their current rent now that we're out of the pandemic, now they're going to be able to stay in my place, but they owe all this back money and I'm paying them, and I'm suing them in civil court for that delinquency. Does that make any sense? I'm probably not even clear about that. I know what I'm trying to say though. What I'm trying to say is that the delinquency or the back rent is getting so large that at some point the tenants aren't going to be able to pay for it. And maybe the landlord makes the decision, the business decision, I'm just cutting my losses and that's the way it is because this is a good tenant and I like them and they take good care of the place. So that's one component. The other thing I want to ask about Jackie, about the landlords is, are we tracking the landlords, their foreclosures on their rental properties? Or more importantly, are we tracking the condition of the properties that for deferred maintenance and other things, that work isn't getting done because they're not getting paid in their rent? Do we have any way of tracking that? I know Councilmember Esparza alluded to that, and I appreciate the comment that there's probably a lot of people who aren't keeping their properties up, but I'm wondering if we have any statistics like that.
We don't have any statistics like that. We could certainly check in with PBCE. I don't know if Rosalind's on this call because I know she has an item later on, but that could be something we could see what PBCE is seeing on the ground. We do know that the Apartment Association is releasing a survey to get some feedback from landlords. We haven't been successful. We did ask landlords to provide us information at some point and just had a terrible return rate. And so it wasn't really useful data. but it is something we continually are searching for. I see Rachel turned on, so let's see if she has something else to add.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted, yeah, I just wanted to add that we've been working with the California Apartment Association, and they are actually looking at doing a survey statewide, but we'll be able to hopefully disaggregate the data for our area. And so they are looking at doing that in the next couple of months. They're working on putting it together now. So we have let them know we'd really like to coordinate with them, just to be able to dig down into the information they gather.
I would be very curious if they're surveying their membership to find out what kind of deferred maintenance is occurring on their properties, which landlords are just letting their properties go. I know my daughter lives in a property in Campbell, not in San Jose, but the deferred maintenance is just amazing, and they're paying their rent. So I know that there are landlords who historically don't necessarily take care of their properties, but then when they're under financial burden, they really don't take care of their properties. And that's a concern, because that's a health and safety issue for the tenant. And you want the tenant to, especially during this time, to live in an environment that is clean and safe. So
I would say on the rent restricted properties, of which are the oldest properties in San Jose, and Rachel can correct me if I'm wrong, we have not seen an uptake in kind of service reductions, because somebody who is paying their rent in a building, if the whole, if the building wasn't maintained, that person would be able to assert their right under the apartment rent ordinance to make a claim against the landlord. Rachel, have we seen any increases in those petitions?
We have not, over the last, since COVID, we have not seen an uptick in petitions. We have held, for the petitions that have come in, we have held virtual hearings, and we've been able to work through those issues with the different parties. But I would just say there's probably just been less petitions than normal, not an uptick over the last couple of months.
okay, I appreciate that. And for members of the public who think I'm asking these questions because I am a landlord, I am not. I do not own any rental property in the city of San Jose. I only own my house. So that's this is just it's a background I have in lending and real estate, but I do not have a vested interest in rental property. Well, Councilmember Perales, I would really appreciate it if you would consider the mayor's recommendation again that you postpone item 3 for 30 to 60 days while and put it in a holding pattern to come back after we get more clarity on what's happening in San Francisco or Los Angeles, because those lawsuits do worry me from a liability standpoint for the city. With that, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I might just add that it would actually could be quite a bit of a shorter time than having to wait for that litigation to come back. I think, as Bennett pointed out, we're likely to know whether or not we got a bill by August 31st. So I think we'll know pretty quickly whether or not there's a state law that really addresses this pretty squarely. Councilmember Diep?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I appreciate what Councilmember Perales is trying to do. I think the issue that is raised in the report by Working Partnerships is a very real one. But I don't know that we should all just assume that that's necessarily going to be the outcome that we all fear, that it's going to play out the way that we fear. I think there's Princeton University has an eviction lab, and they've done studies on, I think, 17 cities throughout COVID times. And I think, if I understand correctly, their numbers show that eviction trends are not where we would imagine they would be given now, not just in states where there are protections in place that have expired, but even in states where there were never protections for renters to begin with. And just skimming some of the data, I think the trend of evictions right now in 2020 is even behind 2019. And I can't venture to guess why that might happen. The evictions may yet come, around Labor Day, perhaps, maybe later in the fall or the winter. But I think it could also well be that it doesn't play out like we fear for various reasons, because landlords, are giving people a break, or they understand the difficulties of this time. But whatever the case, I would just kind of echo the mayor's ask and Councilmember Foley's ask of Councilmember Perales, because I do think that making it a kind of a permanent forgiveness, kind of wiping out rent entirely, in addition to the legal implications that have already been mentioned, interference with the contract clause and all that, I think I understand where Councilmember Perales is coming from, because there is this huge fear in our community, on the east side and other places, of vulnerable communities, fearing for tomorrow. And there is a tension that I think, as council members, as a city council, we should try to resolve if it's in our ability. But I guess what I'm saying is, given the size of this problem, it's beyond our city or any city's ability to truly resolve it. And so we have to join with other municipalities and lobby the state and lobby the federal government to do it. And as someone who's kind of worked on not rental stuff so much as the oil spill, but a national kind of relief scheme that was set up, I do think that whatever potentially happens later on the line, say there is a deal in Congress or some sort of relief package, there needs to be that tension to exist in order for landlords or renters to get that kind of relief. And what I mean by that is, perhaps there's a bill or some sort of giant fund or relief effort where if you have unpaid back rent, you can get it paid somehow, because somebody's going to have to get paid, whether it's the tenant getting money to pay the landlord, or the landlord getting money to pay the mortgage bill with the banks, or the banks getting bailed out somehow. Somebody has to cover all this, right, ultimately. And if we in San Jose come up with a bill or a law that essentially says there is no tension here, we've wiped out all debts for tenants, that potentially would negate legally a claim that tenants or landlords might have, because I think there has to be an open-ended problem, right? So if we take it upon ourselves at the city to essentially resolve the problem, and I understand there is a need to resolve it, we disqualify these folks from potentially participating in whatever future claim system or relief fund that might be formed at a higher level of government. And I'm also speculating and thinking a few steps ahead, but I do know that sometimes these payment schemes and relief funds can be very particular. And if you don't have a live claim, if you don't have a problem, it seems like from the federal level, your problem has already been resolved because of a local ordinance, then we're perhaps doing more unintended harm than we would like. So I also share those concerns, and I just want to put that out there, and I'll yield.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you. Councilmember Perales, I understand the ramifications if we move forward with your item 3, even though the odds are potentially low that we could be sued. Even if the odds are 1%, can you walk me through your rationale to even play the odds, even if they're low? What can you kind of walk me through the value of approving your item 3 right now, as opposed to deferring it for a month or a month and a half?
Yeah, well, it sounds like actually it may just be a week is really the deciding factor for at least the legislature. And I don't know, maybe Bennett can help me. When would the governor have to sign?
Yeah, so the governor has until, I think it's 90 days. So he has, I think, until the end of September. So September 30th to sign any bills.
Is that 30 days or 90? You said 90.
It's 30, sorry, 30.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I was I'm curious on that too. Okay, so 30 days. So, okay, so 1 week for the obviously this to be complete, and then another 30 days for the governor's signature. My rationale, Vice Mayor, would be that if we made this decision today and ultimately the legislature is completing this by next week, and then the governor has 30 days, that we could be providing some of that emphasis to actually get this approved. And my understanding is that it's not for certain that, right, that the governor is going to sign it in its current form or in a way that sort of I would be looking at it. Maybe it would be an altered form, and direction from a city like ours could help to ensure, which would be, I guess, in addition to our legislative support of this bill. And we already know that there are a couple cities and counties that are not being sued, that they've made this decision weeks ago, if not months, and that I think that's where I think the liability is probably pretty low, that would happen over the next few weeks. But I don't doubt that does create more of a liability. Hence why why I'm willing to engage in this conversation, and I didn't just outright reject the mayor's friendly amendment and just sort of hearing out the concerns.
So would it address your objective or goal of making a statement if we modified number 3 to say direct staff to advocate, lobby, express our support for the bill as opposed to the way it's currently structured or written?
I think we're already doing that, right, Benna? That's your direction currently?
She was nodding yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So would it be acceptable to you to make that your item 3, which again would accomplish what you want to accomplish, but it doesn't create the liability that I'm concerned with?
Oh, I think what I'm saying is that we are already doing that. So what I would be suggesting would be an added emphasis on top of the lobbying that Benna and her team are already doing. So so I do see it as an added benefit and not necessarily achieving what I was hoping to achieve today. So at the moment, no.
Okay. Well, as you can probably gather, I'm very hesitant to support number 3. I'm supportive of 1 and 2, but I still am very hesitant to support number 3 because of the reasons that I stated. I think we already talked about we're going to accomplish your objective without having the additional legal exposure, which I don't think we need to have at this point. So again, I'm very hesitant to support your motion.
Can I ask a question, Nora? Is Oakland in the appellate district 1?
They are.
Okay, so they're the same appellate district as San Francisco. So there's
Yeah,
no
different, probably end up in a different division, but they're in the same appellate district.
All right, so there's no point in anybody suing Oakland if the appellate court's going to decide the same district anyway. Imagine that'll be the same. Yeah, okay. I'm just
Yeah, I
trying.
mean, it could be a different panel and it would be a different Superior Court. It would be Alameda County Superior Court, not San Francisco County. So, you might get a different trial court view of things, but
the appellate decisions in San Francisco would clearly
Yeah.
bind Oakland.
same court.
Okay, yeah, I guess I've been thinking a little bit about this, and I think I understand the David Chu bill is getting printed on Friday. I expect there's going to be a decision very soon. If we're the city of San Francisco, we'd say the percentage chance of getting sued are 100%. I don't know what the chance is in San Jose, but we are a larger city with more people, and I imagine more opportunity for someone to sue. And so I would support, either an amendment or a substitute motion, either way, where we could extend the eviction moratorium, the basic eviction moratorium to be coterminous with our emergency declaration. So that would push it out a little further, I'd hope, and give us some time so we can see what happens at the state level before we decide to jump into this legal fight. I think that would ensure everybody's protected. Nobody gets evicted under the city rule, and at least we're not worried about spending a lot of attorney time and a lot of money we don't have right now on lawsuits. Councilmember Camus?
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree with your points. I could tell you from a perspective of somebody who does rent property, we all want our tenants to be good tenants. And, I worked with my tenant. We're not raising rent. I am a mom and pop. I only have one rental property. But I could tell you, if I had a renter that was gaming the system, if I knew that they didn't lose their job, but they didn't pay me anyway, right now I don't have any recourse. So, the court system is not going to open it up for, I'm not sure, but I was told that not till January for evictions. Am I clear or on that issue or not?
No, I believe they're opening up September 1st.
September, okay. So assuming, and they might have a backlog for months, I would imagine. What's to stop somebody from gaming the system? Is there some way to weed out the people who didn't lose their job and don't really need this help from not paying their bill just because their bill is, they just don't want to pay it. And maybe they think they're going to move out in the next 3 months anyway. So you might as well just not pay. Anybody?
Councilmember, I think I can answer that question. The way that the courts would handle that is that, if a tenant were to challenge it and say that they were an affected tenant and they're protected under the moratorium, the court would go through a process of looking at the evidence and making a decision based on that, whether or not they're entitled to the protections under the moratorium or not, and make a judgment accordingly.
Yeah. Well, I could tell you that it takes a long time and it costs a lot of money for owners of properties to go through the court system as well. Time and money that some of the smaller owners can't afford. And I don't see a solution for them. And I would never support, point number 3 of Raul's memo. I just think that you should be able to go to not be forgiven, basically, from legal standing if later on down the line, whenever. So if Raul, are you willing to postpone that consideration, or should I do a substitute motion?
I don't think you need to do a substitute motion. I am willing to postpone at the moment this decision. I would like to have a definitive date, though, that we come back. I understand that we don't know for certain when the governor may make his decision on this. I do recognize that if we are matching up or approving my recommendation number 1 and matching up the eviction moratorium with a local emergency, to the mayor's point, it does buy time. So there's, the only benefit that I saw was obviously providing that added emphasis in, helping the governor make his decision. And again, I'm not fully confident. I am not a lobbyist up at the state, so I just kind of hear rumors, and so so I can accept that, though, and I would like to get a date, though, where we can have this back. And if the governor is given his timeline of 30 days, then I'd like to match it up to that, which in my mind would be September 29th would be the earliest, correct?
Could I just weigh in and just ask, when would be the end of our emergency period?
Yes, I can respond to that. So we checked in with the EOC and our current emergency ends on October 17th. So we would have to return for action prior to October 17th.
Okay. So would it make sense, Councilmember Perales, just to pick the week before October 17th. That way, then we'd be able to make a decision, either extend or adopt your suggestion.
I think just my general concern on how timing of anything on our agenda is always a little bit fluid, and being that I don't sit on rules, I'd prefer that we give the direction today for the it's not 28th, the 29th of September. And that would give us the wiggle room of a week, right? And that's the week you're talking about, which would be the 6th.
Okay.
So I don't, I'd prefer not to squabble around this date. I'm willing to accept the delay for the time being, so.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Councilor Campbell, you had the floor.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I thank you, Councilmember Perales. I will be supporting the final decision here.
Right, thank you. Any other comments then? All right, the motion from Councilmember Perales as amended will defer consideration of paragraph 3 until the 29th of September, and otherwise ensure that the eviction moratorium extends as long as we have the declaration of emergency. So we'll vote at this time.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Diep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yemis,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Lacardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. We're now moving on to land use consent calendar. I believe staff would like to pull item 10.1B. Is that right?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. So why don't we consider 10.1B at this time? Let me make sure I call that properly. Give the delay. We're on 10.1B is plan development zoning, rezoning and plan development permit for 1168 Brace Avenue.
Thank you, Mayor. Rosalind Huey, Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. Staff just needs to add one new condition of approval to the resolution. We inadvertently forgot to include the affordable housing compliance. That new condition number 27 has been included in the revised resolution that's now posted online. And if you like, I can read it into the record.
Thank you, Rosalind. Is that required, Nora, that be read in the record?
I have to unmute myself. She's posted it. As long as when you make a motion, just make sure that you adopt what the resolution is posted. That will be okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Rosalind. Any members of the public like to speak on this item, which is the plan development, rezoning, and permit for property located at 1168 Brace Avenue? May?
Hello. Hi. I'm sorry. I've been waiting since 10:40 this morning to speak about item number 3.7, Proposition 16. I do have children that needs to go to sleep. Are we gonna talk about it tonight, or will this be postponed?
Two more items. Yes, thank you. Okay. So coming back to council, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez, that is, your motion incorporates the
Addition.
by staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's vote, Tony.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Diep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yemis,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Lacardo.
Aye. All right, thank you. We're going now to the consent item, which is 10.1A. This is the conforming rezoning property at 550 600 East Brokaw Road. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, is there any public comment on the rezoning on 550 600 East Brokaw Road? I see no one raising their hand. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item 10.2 is the administrative hearing on the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the CUP amendment for the Baskin Mandel Car Wash Amendment Project. Is there a staff presentation on this, Rosalyn?
Yes, Mayor, we do have a presentation, so I'll share my screen now. So this item is an administrative hearing to consider the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the conditional use permit amendment CPA 16-35-01. The site is located at 3702 South Bascom Avenue at the southeast corner of the intersection of South Bascom and Woodard Road. The original project, conditional use permit CP 16-035, was approved by the Planning Commission on August 9th, 2017. The permit was appealed, and on January 23rd, 2018, the City Council denied the appeal and approved a revised project with conditions that removed the car wash. The project approval permitted a 5,744 square foot, two-story convenience store and office building. On December 18th, 2018, the applicant submitted a revised project, including a car wash and significant revisions to the site plan, including a redesign of the building's footprint to stay out of the shared ingress-egress easement, and the addition of a 12-foot high wall on the car wash tunnel's entry and a 16-foot high curved wall on the exit of the car wash. The Planning Commission approved this conditional use permit amendment on June 24th, 2020. And on June 29th, Kathleen Flynn filed a permit appeal. The site plan shows the 25-foot easement remaining free and clear, the 12-foot tall entrance wall, the curved 16-foot tall exit wall, and the 7-foot high masonry wall. Staff review and analysis found the project to be in conformance with the general plan, the zoning ordinance requirements, and the commercial design guidelines. The environmental clearance for the project is an infill exemption. As is typical of infill exemptions, noise and traffic studies were conducted. The new noise study concluded less than significant impact pursuant to CEQA with project design features that include the walls. The project review also included a local transportation analysis. This analysis and the Public Works Traffic Memorandum concluded the site plan would provide adequate space for on-site maneuvering. Incorporation of a conditional of approval for a 20-foot red curb would provide significant site distance for vehicles using the southernmost driveway on South Bascom Avenue, and the overall network of sidewalks and crosswalks in the area provide good connectivity. The project was also found to be in conformance with City Council Policy 6-10 criteria for the review of drive-through uses. I do want to note that the project does meet the policy's location criterion since the car wash is proposed in conjunction with the existing gas station. This is not a loophole, but a provision in the City Council policy. A community meeting for the project was held on June 13th, 2019, where neighbors expressed concerns regarding traffic, noise, pedestrian safety, particularly in relation to the nearby school, and whether the project was consistent with the City Council Policy 6-10. Staff has received several comments and emails from residents in the area, including petitions with signatures against the project. Staff recommendation is that the City Council consider the exemption in accordance with CEQA guidelines for infill projects, deny the permit appeal, and approve the conditional use permit subject to conditions. I do want to acknowledge the memo from the mayor supporting staff recommendation, as well as the memo from Councilmember Foley, who also supports staff recommendation and adds 3 new conditions that the applicant has agreed to. These conditions are above and beyond what is required for the project, and the applicant has voluntarily agreed to accept them. Lastly, I just want to thank all of the staff in planning, public works, and transportation who worked on the project. And particularly, I want to thank planning project manager Cassandra Vandersweep, who is actually on the Zoom call tonight and has been very diligent in responding to the many community questions and inquiries that we have received. This concludes my presentation, and staff as well as the noise consultant are available to take any questions that you have. And Mayor, I understand that the appellant as well as the applicant are on the call.
Thank you, Rosalind. Thank you for the presentation. I should note, although both Councilmember Foley and I have separate memoranda, we are here to hear this matter and keep an open mind completely to all the information and evidence that's presented in the public hearing. And we won't make a determination until the public hearing concludes. So let's go to the public hearing now. And I understand we have both the appellant and the applicant. So Nora, I may need a little help here to both get 5 minutes. Is that the way it works?
I think you're correct. I think they both get the same amount of time, yeah.
Okay, and so we go with the appellant first since they're appealing. So that would be Kathleen.
Yeah, I've unmuted Kathleen.
Okay, wonderful. Welcome, Kathleen.
Hi, Mayor. After a brief statement and video, I want to share some of my time with Ben Levinson, my attorney.
Okay, certainly.
Okay, I have carefully reviewed both the memos and I cannot disagree more. When revenue becomes more important than the lives of children and members of my community, something is very wrong. I want to show you a video now of what we are really contending with. So if the city clerk could please start running the video.
Okay, it's on now.
This is what our street looks like during school and rush hour traffic. That right there is the exit where the car wash will be at, right here. You can see how close it is to the 16 fourplexes there. This is the traffic. With North 40, South Bascom Avenue, complete streets, and Cambrian Park Plaza, the traffic will be even more dangerous and worse. Children dart in and out of our carport, and 20 businesses will be adversely affected by this car wash. I am asking you to do the right thing and vote no on this car wash for the sake of our children and my community, and because you and you alone are responsible for your vote and for the lives of these children. And you can see how bad this is. This is nothing compared to what we're going to be facing in the future.
All right. Thank you, Kathleen. Could you identify your attorney for me so I understand who will speak next?
Ben Levinson.
Okay, great. Mr. Levinson, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ben Levinson. I'm a real estate attorney helping Kathleen Flynn, an adjacent tenant to the property site, and the appellant. Kathleen and I are asking the council to deny the conditional use permit and to not allow the car wash. The changes proposed by Council Member Foley would be beneficial if they are ever done, but they do not solve the problems with the car wash on the site because it still does not meet the requirements of Council Policy 610. Council Policy 610 allows discretionary approval of a car wash closer than the 200-foot setback. This car wash will be located only 44 feet from the 6 residential fourplexes directly behind the site. This would be a waiver of 78% of the 200-foot setback. For that reason, the application should be denied. Just as important, Policy 610 requires the main entrance and exits to the site to be on a 4-lane street, in this case, Bascom Avenue. However, this site will have a large portion of the traffic entering and exiting from Woodard Road, a 2-lane street, and not allowable under Policy 610. I have a PowerPoint that I'd like to show if somebody could bring that up very quickly. So this first slide shows the distance to this fourplexes and to Farnham. It's only 200 feet and the 44 feet to the residences. Go to the next slide, please, and play the animation. You can press that a couple times. It should start the animation. So the first animation, the car that uses the car wash, and keep going, please, press that one more time. So when you use the car wash and that uses the car wash and wants to go east on Woodard or south on Bascom, they're going to enter from Bascom, but they're going to exit going around that and leave on Woodard Road and either go to the right or they'll go to the left to go to South Bascom. People will not exit that car wash like they're supposed to do to go southbound on Bascom because they'd have to go down to Camden and make a U-turn. And if they're going to go east on Woodard, they're not going to go out on Bascom. Go to the next slide, please, and press that a couple times. So that moves. Thank you. So a car that's heading south on Bascom is not going to pull in through Bascom. They're going to either have to make an illegal U-turn at Bascom or they're going to have to go all the way down to White Oak. Could you please keep pressing that slide? Thank you. So instead, the people going on South Bascom are going to take a right turn and go in Woodard. And then they're either going to have to go back behind along this easement and go all the way down and make a U-turn and go in the queue, or they're going to have to go through this car wash illegally from the other direction. This is incredibly dangerous. And since the majority of the people using this will be coming from Woodard Road and not Bascom, that's a violation of Policy 610. So Kathleen has shown you this video of the day-to-day bottleneck when school is in session. And when you combine that with the violations of Policy 610, this car wash should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. We'll go to the applicant now. You also have 5 minutes. I believe, is that Mr. Ndari? Welcome, sir.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Okay. This entitlement amendment is intended to enable the economic development of an infill commercial parcel of 35,000 square feet. The site is an infill development policy classic. It was built in the 1950s. The city's earliest record of this development dates back to 1963. Our efforts to redevelop this infill was regretfully derailed the last time we tried by a competing commercial interest with differing agenda who sponsored and funded our opposition. Back then, our opposition got away with the claim that our proposal did not conform to Policy 610. Now that time have changed, they are claiming that our proposal is a loophole around Policy 610. The truth is neither. The truth is that our proposal is for an existing drive-through establishment that by definition has always been located within 200 feet from a residential property line. It goes without saying that redeveloping infills is a city council policy intended to eliminate blight, discourage transient activity, improve the city's commercial tax base, renew the community, bring modern and diverse conveniences to the communities being served. This amendment will again re-enable the economic development of the site. Unfortunately, for decades, the site has received city services but underperformed its tax and economic potential for the city. The amendment raises the development's footprint from its current 4% to a modest 12%. It contains a full-blown CEQA study. The car wash exit is turned 90 degrees westward toward Bascom Avenue and away from Woodard Road with a sign of no right-hand turn. Under this amendment, the car wash cannot be seen or heard by our adjacent residential neighbors. The amendment includes green features such as solar electric, recycled water, and EV charging. We respectfully ask your approval and thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I will now go to the other members of the public. Again, because of we're getting close to the midnight hour, we're going to restrict public comment to 1 minute. Eddie Trong. I think, Eddie, I think we lost you, so please raise your hand. If, oh, there you are. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and City Council members. Eddie Trong with the Silicon Valley Organization. We're the region's largest chamber of commerce, representing the interests of our 1,200 businesses in the region. I'm here today to ask you to humbly support the Bascom Car Wash project. Please approve the conditional use permit to allow the car wash to move forward. The applicant has made numerous improvements to address any potential impacts that this car wash may have, including 3 different walls that were separated from the residential neighborhood. The applicant has also agreed to make significant pedestrian improvements to the region, to the area, and the project conforms with all the requirements outlined in the general plan and the zoning code. Finally, I just want to make a plea to you that this is a small business owner that has done everything right, and I hope the City Council will support small businesses who are really struggling during this time. One small thing you can do today is to vote to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Monique now.
Hi, Mayor Liccardo and City Council. My name is Monique New. I'm a resident of Councilmember Foley's District 9, where this car wash project is being proposed. Farnham Elementary is actually right around the corner from my house. I completely support this project because it will beautify an ugly corner in my neighborhood. It will also improve pedestrian safety, and it will not increase traffic in the neighborhood. I support a small business that is making substantial improvements to my neighborhood. Small businesses need as much support as they can during COVID. The City Council should support another small business by voting to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for mispronouncing your last name, Ms. New. Christian?
Yes, Mayor, before my minute starts, Carl Schroeder is sharing a computer with Kathleen Flynn and he's trying to speak. Can we help him?
Sure, I'll call him. If Kathleen raises her hand, we'll call him in order. Yeah, I think
Okay, she's trying to raise her hand now and it's not working, so.
No, I see her hand up. So we'll just get to her in order. There's just other, so we'll go with all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, can I start my minute over?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Foley, on April 18, 2018, you stated that there should not be a car wash on the Endoil site. You stated you signed a petition to get rid of the loophole in the drive-through uses policy for car washes. This is the second time you have violated a campaign promise. You attended a community meeting and you saw that not only did not one of those people want the car wash, they were all upset this was coming back to council again. This community will remember your decision. Councilmember Foley states that the applicant will donate $15,000 for pedestrian improvements that already exist and to build a sidewalk that is already in place. Starview and Woodard already had pedestrian improvements made last year and drivers do not obey them. None of us understand how these qualify in any way as improvements. We find it hard to believe the city would want to reward a project that will take jobs away from San Jose. And I find it hard to believe you would want to reward a man who has continually harassed this community for opposing his car wash. We're asking you to confirm the council's last decision to deny a permit for this car wash. Thank you.
Dan Smith? Welcome. Dan Smith, your device is still muted. We're not able to hear you right now.
I'm Dan Smith, registered civil and traffic engineer, retained Ben Levinson for Kathleen Flynn. My letters dated June 17th and June 19th, 2020 are in Staff Report Exhibit B. 3 points. Walkways between the market and the parking east of the building don't conform to policy 610. The car wash queue storage doesn't meet 610. Overall parking is insufficient. Some will be inaccessible. 610 provides that no pedestrian crossing of the drive-through lane shall be allowed. But to get between the market and the parking on the east side, one must cross either the car wash entry or wash exit lane. Policy 610 requires 10 spaces for car wash queues, 5 regular, 5 reserved. The site plan shows 7, counting 1 on inside the wash. Staff says 3 more can be accommodated without extending into the street.
Thank you, sir. Teresa Lance? Teresa, your device is muted.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I live across the street from the site. No matter what conditions or amendments are made to the plan, there are certain inescapable hazards. Firstly, there are always environmental hazards. Any car wash is going to produce odors and chemicals that are unpleasant or downright hazardous, especially considering the extended exposure residents will experience, especially during COVID, especially for residents with health conditions. The nature of this car wash means those chemicals are going to waft on the breeze to upstairs windows, no matter how high you build those walls. So you're still risking the health of residents for one man's profit. The removal of the driveway on Woodard is great, but as long as there's any driveway between the car wash and Woodard, you're going to have people violating laws and risking health. I cannot support a measure that risks the lives of children. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Rob, welcome. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I was using the wrong source on that. Hey, in 2018, citizens objecting were promised the loophole enabling this project would be ended. No one followed through on their word to remove. Yet here we are 2 years later and the community still does not want this project. Noise abatement for a rather noisy car wash only 40 feet from homes. The physical affectations of a wall 30 feet high really won't be much different than living next to a railroad track. And the traffic. I live a few hundred yards from Highway 85 and the traffic noise is pretty clear. Those walls are much higher. Not emergency vehicles, mind you, but simple road traffic. And again, road traffic, their study says won't be a problem. If any of you have been to the Delta Queen just a few miles away or the classic car wash only 1 mile away, and on some days the lines are rather long. So I think it does create a traffic problem. And then to the school children who use this area quite a bit, it's unfathomable to me that we would build something like this just 200 yards away.
Thank you, Robert. Upashna, welcome. Ms. Singh, I believe your device is muted right now. We're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Welcome. We could hear you. Welcome. Hello?
I'm here to express my position on the car wash. It is very important that I suggest.
I'm sorry, we're not here.
Hello?
Yeah, you're coming in and out. Seems
Can you hear me now?
right this moment, yes.
Okay. I'm here to express my position on the car wash. It is very important that I suggest the council member to vote no for the car wash proposal. Imagine if you allow the property owner to raise large walls and add a car wash right in your backyard. It just seems unheard of to suggest this is a good idea. In addition to the safety, the well-being and standard of living for the residents in the nearby apartments will be compromised, not to mention the children from the nearby school. It is really unfair to allow a car wash to be built less than feet to avoid such nightmarish living by having any drive-through uses 200 feet away. I appreciate what the council does for us and hope you all take under consideration my words against this car wash. Thank you.
Thank you. Uma Singh?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your time in acknowledging the public's opinion on this matter. Being a business owner at a neighboring strip mall for over 25 years, I have served and built connections with this community. It disheartens me to see that after sound and traffic reports by non-biased experts who clearly stated that this renovation would be dangerous to all pedestrians who use these sidewalks, this proposal is still in effect. Not only will this car wash impede our strip mall's business by blocking our parking lot's entrance with the line of the drive-through use, but it is obviously going to negatively impact in our community. Not to mention, the city of Campbell has approved a car wash on Camden Avenue and South Bascom Avenue within a half-mile of the proposed site. Just adding to this list of obvious reasons why this car wash is extremely unnecessary. For the safety of the community and the security of our businesses, please disapprove of this car wash. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Rios, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you all for giving us the opportunity to allow the public to speak on this matter once again. I just wanted to say I'm brief what all the other community members have been saying for years now. Please do not allow this car wash renovation to occur. It is not only unnecessary for this specific location, but it has also been a nuisance as well as a threat for obvious reasons. I understand the owner has the right to the business, but is this right more important than school children or residents who will live less than 50 feet away? And does he really have to get a car wash when the council was willing to approve his plan with everything else accepted? I think even if the potential of the children, bikers, and other pedestrians is on the low end of the danger spectrum, why are we willing to take that chance? Please vote no on the proposed car wash permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathleen, I believe you have someone there. Is that Carl? Kathleen, your device is still muted. We're not able to hear you.
Okay, yeah, it's Carl right here.
Hi, Carl.
Hi. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mayor and council people. I just want to oppose this car wash because it will be 44 feet, which is far from 200 from my bedroom and kitchen windows and living room. I also oppose it because it's barely 200 feet from Farnham Elementary School and will exit in the direct path of the children leaving and coming and all pedestrians on the street in that intersection. I work graveyard and the noise from the car wash will keep me awake because there will be extra vehicles, noise, all kinds of things. The odors from the car wash will also have an effect on my asthma that I have, as if the smoke from the fires is already doing that. But like everyone else, I am also very concerned about the children going to and from school. I'm afraid one of them is going to get hit and killed. And I ask for your no vote on this.
Thank you.
Get rid of the exemption.
Thank you, sir. Jules Ducrot?
Thank you. My name is Jules Ducrot, and I've been living in the San Jose area for a few years now. I usually go to End Oil, and it's always been a very friendly owner, good service, very clean business, and very affordable prices. Actually, out of all the gas stations in the area, that's the one I usually go to. And I think that a car wash would be a very good idea to expand the business, but also the community as a whole and the street as a whole, as Bascom is a pretty busy area. Thank you.
Thank you. Navjot Singh?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Singh.
Good evening. My name is Navjot. In my opinion, the car wash is not in an ideal location, as the area of South Bascom Avenue and Woodard Road has had heavy traffic conditions most of the day, and especially when school would start and end at Farnham Elementary. I just think the traffic is going to get worse for all the residents by building a car wash. So please vote against this establishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Amneet Kaur?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily, and I don't think building a car wash at this intersection is a good idea. My little brother and his friends often ride their bikes in the evenings, and they ride around the area of South Bascom Avenue and Woodard Road. I just think with the increase in traffic so close to a residential area would be unsafe for children and residents. The location of the car wash and all the nuisance it will bring to the community should be a strong indicator to deny it from being built. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Philip?
Yes, hi, thank you. Hello, Mayor and fellow council members. I'm a San Jose native who's lived in the area for many years and a community member. I'm actually here to ask you to approve the car wash and business renovation. I believe that it will bring life to a neighborhood in need of additional amenities, as well as help the small business owners in a time where COVID has impacted the livelihood of all San Jose residents. In my lifetime, I've seen small business owners such as And Oil work day and night to make a living for their family in an increasing cost of living city. However, they've been berated and contested on every front by the interests and friends of the opposing party. The last argument I would want to make is kind of like a counter argument to the idea that the street is really busy. In this digital age, anybody can take a 30-second video to try to make a statement or make a point when they haven't really considered the entire time lapse of the day. So when you look at time like 2 o'clock, the street could be busy, but then if you look at a different time, like 11 o'clock, the street could be completely dead.
Thank you. Ashleen Sandhu?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council of San Jose. My name is Ashleen and I oppose this car wash for several reasons. Currently, traffic from South Bascom Avenue enters the shared entrance of the strip mall or the second entrance near the stoplights, cross over unprotected bike lanes and into the Andol gas station. This car wash will only add more traffic onto South Bascom Avenue, blocking the entrance into the strip mall, an entrance that is shared with 4 businesses. Furthermore, there will be an increase in traffic for cars turning right on South Bascom Avenue onto Woodard Road with the Cambrian Park Plaza project. The community members have also contacted Pam Foley numerous times about her opinion about this car wash project, and she has not responded to any of our inquiries. Many residents, including myself, witness several accidents each month, and almost all of them are not reported. And if they are reported, please do not show up in a timely manner. Thank you for your time and for hearing the community's opinion.
Thank you. Urwashi?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you
I'm sorry,
for hearing the public on this matter. I'm just here to say that, like we've always have, that
I'm sorry. You're having, I think we're having a hard time being able to get a clear audio from you. If you can adjust the device, perhaps turning off video may help. Sunny Sandhu?
Hi, good evening. My name is Sunny Sandhu. Farnham Elementary School is nearly 200 feet away from this proposed car wash, and this poses a hazard to the children and pedestrians who walk across the driveway where cars will be exiting from the car wash. Many drivers will have children in their blind spots, which puts them in harm's way of being hit by cars, especially at this heavily trafficked intersection on South Bascom Avenue and Woodward Road. This car wash will pose traffic noise, congestion, car exhaust, and the likelihood of hit and run cases, which will lead to a disrupted quality of life for neighboring residents. These foreseeable events and the impact to the community have been already highly voiced by numerous parents, children, and nearby residents. This proposed car wash is not in the right location to be built, as the cons clearly outweigh the benefits of the community and the residents living nearby. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Jeff Bellini?
Good evening. The majority of opposition is related to child safety. Opposers have stated that hundreds of school kids walk within a few feet of the car wash exit. Earlier today, I provided a satellite photo that shows why these claims are false or at best highly exaggerated. Hopefully you received that photo. I clearly marked all surrounding properties in red, the crosswalks in yellow, and the direction of school foot traffic in green. All of the school foot traffic that passes through this intersection will travel on the opposite side of Woodard. Here's why. There are no residential properties located south on this side of Bascom. None. The apartments on the opposite side of Bascom only have one crosswalk, and it's on the opposite side of Woodard, with direct access to the school. The foot traffic coming from the duplexes, quads, and houses to the east never pass along the property line, and they have a professional crossing guard at Starview and Woodard. Please give the owner the best chance to succeed. Please deny the appeal and approve the use permit.
Thank you. Karanvir? Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Karanvir, and I believe the addition of a car wash onto this property is not beneficial to the community. The car wash can be extremely loud, and having a car wash running continuously throughout the day will only create a nuisance for all residents living within proximity of this car wash. Even with plans in place to reduce noise, it still doesn't eliminate the noise altogether. The oncoming traffic noise and cars constantly honking will increase as the cars exit the car wash. This is already a busy main road with unprotected bike lane alongside it. This unprotected bike lane increases traffic risks of children using the sidewalk. I want you to consider if a car wash is really that more important to the community than the concerns we have, because the gas station can expand itself, which no one is opposed to. The community just doesn't want the addition of a car wash. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And QC?
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, hi. I'm Chung Tim, come from San Jose. I strongly against this car wash project because the elementary school the young students. So I don't think that's a good idea. Have car wash close to the school because that's not safe for the kids. That's my opinion. Please, say no this one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to council now. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. And first, I want to thank all of the members of the public for coming and sharing their thoughts and concerns with us. And I want to, on this particular project, the car wash project, I want to thank the staff for their detailed and comprehensive report. Your expertise has helped provide my office with invaluable support, and I truly appreciate that. I also want to thank the support of the mayor for the memorandum regarding the architecture and structural improvements. And I'd like to address a couple of comments. I did hear all of your concerns, and I want you to know, even though several of you do not agree, that I believe pedestrian safety is of the utmost consideration. And thus, why I wrote into my memo 2 items in particular that relate to pedestrian safety. And I'll go into those specifically later, and I'll show you a diagram of where that will be and how that will be implemented. I also want to address a comment made about me signing a petition while I was running for office. Frankly, I think it was fall of 2017 when I agreed to the petition. At that particular time, the design was not the design that is before us today. It was a flawed design, and if that was the design coming before us today, I would have voted against it as well. Secondly, this project has returned not as a result of a loophole that has been stated several times, but because the applicant has submitted an updated and improved design. Before I discuss my memorandum, I think we all need to understand one of the roles of the mayor and the city council in respect to development and business. It is not our role to determine if there is too many car washes in the surrounding areas. The market will determine that. The market will determine whether this will be a successful car wash or not based on the competition in the area. But that is not the role of the city council. Is it our responsibility to determine the development is an improvement for the property? That is one thing we will look at. Will it benefit and serve the neighboring community? My staff and I have spent many hours examining the proposed detail in the conditional use permit. I've walked Farnham Elementary as recently as last week. I've walked the subject property several times prior to my knee being repaired and at post my knee being repaired. I know that communication is key to success in any development, and I've reached out to those on both sides of this. Unfortunately, the appellant would not meet with me until she learned my opinion one way or the other. I had not decided how I intended to vote on this, frankly, until I received all of the public comments, which is very important, and reviewed all of the professional reports, both from the city and the ones provided by the appellate. I felt compelled to release a memorandum as a response to the community to show that I listened to your concerns about public safety and the pedestrian safety. And again, I'll go into those for you in a minute. I want everyone to know I understand their concerns. I was willing to work with the applicant to address these concerns. Pedestrian safety is the utmost important, and it's the utmost important of the superintendent of Farnham Elementary School of Cambrian School District, Dr. Carrie Andrews, and she has provided a letter of support for the Andoyle project based specifically on the pedestrian safety issues that we are requiring the applicant be imposed when he completes his project. I'd like to apologize to my city council colleagues for the last minute submittal of my memo. I know how difficult it is for you to receive a last memo. It is for me, but frankly, I have been going back and forth on this issue for weeks. I felt it was necessary to reach out to all the stakeholders, and honestly, the conditions laid out in my memo took some time to get together, and getting some feedback from Department of Transportation as well. Even today, my office continues to take input from the community, and I hope the applicant continues to listen to the neighborhood, regardless to the outcome of this evening's hearing. Items suggested include a wall mural. I actually thought about that, although I didn't know how to impose it. Art box murals on the utility boxes, and the inclusion of taller vegetation, to name a few. I actually considered planting trees, but you can't do that because of the backup of the employee parking right there. To address the conditions included with my memorandum, I'd like to show you three, bear with me, colleagues, I know it's a late night, but this is important. I have three slides which I'd like to share with you. And Henry, do you have those available?
Yes, he's putting them up now.
Okay. So this is what, number one, what you can see is the intersection. Number one is where Andoyle is. The green one. Number one red is White Oaks. That's a controlled intersection. Number two is another controlled intersection, which is Woodard. And number three is Starview on Woodard that leads right into Farnham, where I have proposed the modifications to the crosswalk be implemented. Can you put up the next slide for me, please, Henry? So this is the specific improvements. Right now, at that crosswalk at Starview, on one side, and they do have crossing guards typically, but of course no kids are in session live. But right there, they have a bulb out on one side of that crosswalk. The bulb out is on the Starview, I guess that's the south side, and there is a stop sign there, that's where the crossing guard is. There's bulb outs in the light, and it's an apparent crosswalk at that point. But if you cross the street at that point, there is no sidewalk. The crosswalk is at grade. There is no, anyone walking down that street really has to walk into traffic in order to go into Farnham and into the school. So the proposals we're recommending are that bulb outs be implemented on both sides of that crosswalk, that a flashing beacon be installed with that crosswalk 2 on Starview, and then in front of Farnham, where there is no sidewalk, that a sidewalk be built and created to Department of Transportation standards, so that will be a proper crosswalk and give the students who are crossing there and parents and teachers who are crossing there as well a sense of safety and awareness that they are now on a proper sidewalk and not level with the street. Those are the two major street improvements. So you can see this diagram. If you were at the street itself, you'd get a better visual of it, but having walked around it, I can tell you this will really greatly improve that area from a safety standpoint. This was recommended by the Department of Transportation. And when I approached the superintendent of Cambrian School District, she was very pleased because they don't have the funds to create such a crosswalk, such a sidewalk. They are in themselves passing or hoping to pass a bond for infrastructure, and that infrastructure bond would not be used for a sidewalk. So this will do a lot to create a safety area for our students. And then finally, Henry, the next one. This is what the current site is just an old car wash or old gas station, as you can see it. And then with the new design, there is a 2-story building, there's a car wash, and then the gas station is still there. So it is an improvement, a dramatic improvement for that particular area. I don't want to spend too much on the traffic concerns because I think I've already done that. I've gone over the slides. In my opinion, the answer to all of the 3 questions regarding the use permit and all the other things I articulated is plain and simple. And that is that this project checks all the boxes. With that, I move my memo and the mayor's memo.
Second. Thank you, Councilmember. Motion from Councilmember Foley, second for Councilmember Camus. Any other questions? Okay, let's go with Councilmember Foley's motion. Oh, Councilmember Sparson?
I was just going to say that I appreciated Councilmember Foley's work with the school district. I know that we have some tricky issues around some of our schools. Having gone through some of that myself, I just wanted to say that I appreciated her work in trying to work out a compromise that benefits the kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maya.
Yeah, I appreciate Councilmember Foley's serious interest in trying to find solutions and the great graphics work as well. Okay, I think, I'm sorry, Nora, did you want to jump in?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to make sure that the applicant affirmed on the record that he is making that donation for the sidewalk work.
Okay.
That we're not unilaterally imposing it. He is agreeing to it.
Mr. Andari?
Affirmative, yes. The answer is yes.
Okay, the answer is yes to Nora's question. Okay, thank you.
And just to confirm, that's both items. That's the two items, the contribution to the flashing beacons and then the sidewalk repair. The sidewalk.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right, then, let's vote, Tony.
Oh, Mayor?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, this is Councilmember Crosco.
I'm
If
sorry,
I could just, yeah, if I could just ask a couple of questions, please.
Sure.
So, either Councilmember Foley or Rosalind. So one of the issues, I don't know if it was the speaker or if it was Kathleen or anyway, was the issue of the proximity of the car wash right next to the apartments. If you could just go over that, please, because I heard that it wasn't, the setback wasn't far enough.
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco. Yes, so City Council Policy 6-10 has a criterion regarding location. And it states that if a drive-through use is located within 200 feet of residential uses, if the car wash use is part of an existing gas station, it exempts that use from the 200 feet. So in essence, because this is an existing gas station that's adding the car wash, the project does conform with the policy.
So in terms of noise mitigation, given that it's going to be, so I get the exception, and that's fine and dandy, but nonetheless, we have people that are living right next to the gas station. Now you're going to have a car wash that's right next to folks that are trying to just live their lives, putting children to bed, or waking up children, or mothers who have newborns or little ones who are trying to take naps. So what's the noise mitigation for the folks that are living just within, with less than 200 feet away, much less than 200 feet away from now a gas station that, we've all been to those drive-through gas stations. They make a lot of noise.
Yes, so a noise study was conducted also for the project. And it was concluded that with the additions of the 3 walls, as well as the landscaping that's being provided on the site, that actually the noise levels were reduced from the original project design. And if you have more specific questions about that, I know that we do have the noise consultant on the call as well.
So it reduces the noise level from the original plan, but does that mean that that the noise level is are they going to have increased noise level from what they have currently now that they're going to have this new business there? Not from the original plan, but rather from their original state that they're in now to now suddenly having a car wash.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask either our environmental review staff or a noise consultant to respond to the question. I want to make sure we give you an accurate response, council member. I know that David Keon is on the call. Thank you, David.
Oh, Rosalind. So there was a noise report prepared for the project, and I'm looking that up right now.
Thank you.
Have it. And there was an analysis based on existing noise conditions on the noise and the existing ambient noise, and it's compared to using the existing traffic. But what the threshold was based upon an increase in noise based on existing baseline conditions, which is the current noise, and also if the noise would be exceed a certain set threshold at the property line. this project with the incorporation of the sound walls and also with the type of dryer that's proposed would not increase being above those thresholds, and so would not be considered to be a significant increase in noise. Also, I just wanted to mention that.
Let me ask you, so you just said it wouldn't be considered a significant increase in noise, but
Yeah.
you're saying that it still would increase the noise level from where they are currently? Of course.
Yeah,
Yes.
it would increase the noise, but it wouldn't increase. There's thresholds in the general plan for what is considered to be a significant increase in noise based upon the background noise conditions.
Yeah. And I don't know what that means. I just know what it means to be living next to, you know, something. There's a difference between what a plan lays out and what's written on paper, and then, you know, when you're living somewhere and then a noise goes up. So I don't know what that means.
But also, I wanted to mention that there are limitations on the noise on the operation of the car wash that also limit it so the noise isn't operating at a time when when it's more sensitive to noise. For example, the car wash is not going to be operating early in the morning or late at night, which also helps.
What hours are those?
So that would be, I think, Cassandra. I mean, I think was originally 8:30 to 9 p.m., but then it was shifted to 8 to 9, from 8 a.m. to 8:30.
It's from 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m.
Yeah.
So the hours of operation are 8 a.m.
Yes, 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m.
Okay, well, I imagine that's a blue collar neighborhood, so I don't know. Councilmember Foley, is the car wash on Cherry and Almaden Expressway in your district?
Yes.
What, do you know the hours of operation there?
No idea.
Oh, sorry about that. You know, I remember this one. Oh, the classic car wash on Almaden Expressway is from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Why would this one go until 8 p.m.? Why so late in a neighborhood?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm
Council?
asking, no, the planning department.
So Councilmember, per the City Council policy on drive-through uses, the hours of operation, it indicates that it should not be after 10 p.m. So that's the criterion that we're using to review this project by, and obviously with the car wash ending at 8:30 p.m., completely conforms with that City Council.
Even though it's right in the middle of a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
Yeah. And those would be the concerns I have, is that it's right next to a residential neighborhood, and I consider that to be later. The one on Almaden Expressway, and it's not a drive-through, but it's until 6 p.m. and there's no neighbors around them. Obviously, it's a little different. That one is, you know, a full service. But, you know, the concerns I have is that I voted against this project for many of the reasons that the community came out and stated today. And my biggest concern is, of course, the folks that are living right next to it. And as you saw in the video, so much foot traffic that goes through there. And I'm not, I know how erratic people can still drive as they're leaving an unsupervised car wash. You don't necessarily have folks that are directing individuals to leave, and so I don't know if I'm not convinced necessarily that this is that the efforts have been put in place to to secure the safety of the kiddos that are walking around there. And so I don't see myself through this yet in terms of supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosen, could you remind me what are the hours of operation of the gas station that's operating there?
The current hours of operation, Mayor?
Yeah.
I don't have that off the top of my head. Perhaps Mr. Andari can answer.
Mr. Andari? Mr. Andari, what are the current operation hours of the gas station?
Right now, it's between 6 a.m. and 11 p.m.
6 a.m. to 11. Okay. Thank you. Appears not to very much from what we've already got. Okay. Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional questions that Councilmember Carrasco has brought up. And I also voted against this the last time it came around. I do find some differences in terms of the mitigation of the noise. Sounds like with the 3 walls, it'll mitigate the noise somehow. And it's well within our policies. But I do agree with Councilmember Carrasco that it still creates a level of noise for families that are living next to this gas station. And they're already dealing with late night noise, and then added to that would be a car wash. Has there been any requests to minimize the hours of operation? So to make it from 8:30 to 7:30 or 7?
So Councilmember, currently, those hours are not proposed in the CUP amendment. Currently, the hours are 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. And again, those hours are within the city council policy.
No, I understand, and I heard the explanation for Councilmember Carrasco. I completely understand that's within the limits, and I actually said I understand that. What I don't understand is that traffic hasn't really changed from the last time we visited this. Maybe the noise reduction has been mitigated a bit with those 3 walls. But the hours of operation, I know that the community just doesn't want to see this in their neighborhood, doesn't want to see this added feature in their neighborhood. And so it would concern me that we may not be able to provide them with exactly that, but we can help lessen the impact in their community by maybe having a reduction of hours. And so I would strongly recommend that. Councilmember Foley, I don't know if this is something that you've considered and in your discussions with your community in terms of what can they live with. I know that they just don't want to live with this next door to them. But what has been some of that negotiations, if you will, with some of the community, something that they can live with?
Well, I have to say that you heard from some people who are opposed to it, but you also heard from people who are in support of it. And we've received several emails from people who are in support of it, who also live in the community. So there's a mixed feeling here, but certainly the people who were most vocal today were against it. As to the hours of operation, I can't speak to how late the hours of operations would be acceptable to the neighbors. I think that's a decision that maybe the applicant can meet with the neighbors and settle in on a time that is best for all of them as far as the closing time. I mean, it may turn out that there's no cars being washed after 7, so he decides to stop the car wash at that point. I don't know. It's not, I wasn't involved in those discussions as far as the time is concerned. I did, in my memo, cut back the hours of operation to 8:30 instead of 9 o'clock, because personally I felt 9 o'clock was too late. So I cut it back half an hour. I probably could have gone to 8 o'clock, but that's where I am.
Mhm. So after this approval now, Rosalind, will the community have another opportunity to negotiate with the applicant on hours of operation, or is it pretty much set with what Councilmember Foley has in her memo?
Well, currently, the proposed hours of operation of 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Are included, will be concluded as a condition of approval. So should the council take action tonight approving those hours, those would be the hours, and any change in the hours would then have to come back. So it would be another either permit adjustment or permit amendment.
So at this point, it would be up to Councilmember Foley if she decided to make an amendment in her memo. As I think you've already done, Councilmember, to adjust it to 8:30. Anyways, that is just a point of consideration for you, Councilmember Foley. This is your district. I know that you know your community the best. We did hear this with a former council member, and we did hear a lot of opposition, as we did here today. And I know that sometimes the folks who oppose a project are the ones that are most vocal, and the rest of the folks are just okay with it, right? They're just not making the time to be at a meeting, at the, a 12-hour long meeting, waiting for the item to be heard. And so I'm guessing that there is a significant amount of people in your community that are just going to be fine with it. That would be my my piece here in trying to see if there's any level of consideration, additional consideration. I do agree and support that 8:30 is cutting it back a bit. For families, especially as you saw in those videos, there's a lot of families making the rounds to school during the early morning hours. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone, I know we have a couple more folks to speak. That we do have a lot of many members of the community who'd like to speak on this last item, which is related to Proposition 16, and midnight is fast approaching. Councilmember Prowse.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, we've obviously heard this item before. I would agree, though, that there have been some changes in regards to what the applicant is proposing, and even some more changes what Councilmember Foley is proposing. So this is substantially a different project. I would say that the noise has been mitigated. I would agree with staff in their analysis there. I certainly recognize that doesn't mean that there's no change in the noise, but recognizing the acceptable levels that we have, it seems like that is the case. So I feel as though one of the major benefits has been this improvement to the crosswalk, which otherwise would not be something that could be funded. I know that I have some major areas in my district that I would love to be able to get some funding to add crosswalks in, and you don't always have that opportunity. And the likelihood is that without this project moving forward, probably would be a long time coming for a crosswalk to come into this community. As Councilmember Foley points out, that's not something that the school has the funding to do. They certainly see the benefit of it, though. Additionally, I would say that the time, I was initially thinking, you want to give people an opportunity to use the car wash, say after maybe they're picking up kids from school or whatever it may be. And so shutting it down too early may limit that opportunity, as well as obviously just for the business itself. but you also want to be conscious of how late do you go, and obviously children trying to get to bed. I don't know, Rosen, it's probably you have no idea why the other car wash is limited to 6:30, if that's a personal decision, business decision, or if it was a CUP, by off chance, if you knew that.
Councilmember Perales, I don't know, but I do know, I think that that particular car wash is full service, which means there are employees who are out, probably increased noise levels. Typically with a self-service car wash, there's less activity resulting in less noise.
Okay. And full service, you need daylight. And so you need to have an ability to dry the car and see it. Okay, so that makes sense. I would assume maybe that's a little more of a business decision. Councilmember Foley, you mentioned that you would be willing to, or you thought maybe there wasn't any definitive sort of reason as to why 8:30 was the magic number, and that maybe 8 o'clock would be acceptable. I also don't have any science behind it besides the fact that at 8 o'clock is sort of the threshold of my son is up too late, and so it's a personal opinion there. But I don't know what your thought is on that. I think I could support you on this action with everything moving forward, and the only thing I would like to see would be if you can push that time back just 30 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember Perales. And frankly, initially, when I was looking at the hours, they were 8:30 to 9. And I felt that 9 was way too late for the neighborhood, just my personal opinion. The reason I moved it up to 8 is because school at Farnham starts at 8:05. And so in order for parents who do the drop off at Farnham to use the car wash has to be open at 8. I could easily go from 8 to 8. That's a 12-hour time frame that the business would be open with the car wash. And I would be willing to accept that modification or that amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, and the seconder? I'm trying to remember who the seconder is.
It was me, Mayor.
Oh, okay. That's okay with you, Councilman Kemmons?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that these autonomous car washes, people go into them sporadically. So, I have one that just opened up on Ahmed Expressway, and you'd think that it would be packed because it's on Ahmed Expressway. It is not. It is not full of people. In fact, I got my car washed today. There was no line whatsoever, and I'm okay with it. I just don't see the degree of high concern.
Okay. All right. Councilor Prost, do you have something more? All right, I'll take that as a no. Councilor Jimenez?
I'll be very quick, Mayor. I just wanted to say that as one of the members of the council that voted against this last time, I'm not going to be doing so this time. I think it's very apparent to me that Councilmember Foley has put in a lot of work and has presented obviously a very thoughtful presentation, and I very much appreciate that. I frequent the classic car wash in Ramadan and Cherry. It is uniquely different, and I suspect it's probably a business decision. I also frequent a Chevron gas station car wash every now and then, and I can say that I find that it usually has lines on the weekend when it's nice weather, and so during the course of the day, middle of the day, maybe when kids are there or not, it isn't as full, and so I feel like you've done a good job, Councilmember Foley, of in my mind, alleviating some of the concerns that have given rise in the community. Although we always know that not everyone is going to be happy, but I appreciate your efforts, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. All right, Councilor Carrasco.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just I'll just close. I just have a very quick statement. Councilmember Foley, I really appreciate you making that minor modification. I know that it's not much, but it makes a difference for us moms, and you know this because you've got a little one that's not so little anymore, but when we're putting our kids to bed or at least wrestling them down, it can make all the difference in the world. And so I saw the video and I saw a lot of little ones. You know, I'm really struggling because of the last vote, and I'm sitting here attentively listening to our other council colleagues who voted also against it for the same reasons. Um, and I'm listening to their compelling arguments as well, or not arguments, but their reasons for voting on this one. And I also frequent, by the way, Councilmember Jimenez, the Cherry car wash. I actually have a membership there, and whenever I can, I also go through the drive-through that's here in my district. And so I know that it's not an ongoing one like the one at Cherry. So it's not, it doesn't have the same kind of flow for the same reason that it's not a full service. And so it's the only reason why I might be inclined to vote for it. But I will tell you that I'm very impressed by your willingness to make the modification and to, you know, really consider the needs of the community. So I'm still deliberating in my head a little bit. But I want to thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I thanked you publicly for listening to your colleagues and really willing to stretch beyond your original thinking.
Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Prowlis,
Aye.
Diep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Sorry, aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yamas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, item 3.7. I want to thank all the members of the public who've been so patient. 3.7 is Prop 16 on the November 3rd ballot. I don't believe there is a presentation.
No presentation, Mayor. Staff is available for questions.
Okay, although there, I believe, several memoranda supporting Prop 16 co-signed by several of us, including Councilmember Rennis, and separate ones, Vice Mayor and myself. I know I'm forgetting somebody. In any event, we'll go to public comment. And again, with apologies for restricting public comment to 1 minute. I know we're just trying to make sure we can wrap things up here before too late. Walter Wilson, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for hearing me. The 1996 ban on affirmative action immediately worsened Black acceptance rates into the UCs. It cost minority-owned businesses $1.1 billion every year in lost contracts and has increased Black employment in public jobs. In short, it has hamstringed upward mobility for Black communities across California. In fact, in 1996, there was 4.2 million African-American people in California. Today, there's less than 2 million. This is a state that did not have opportunities for work, for jobs, or for education. And so Black people left, the ones that didn't wind up in jail. Action speaks louder than words. Many of you said Black Lives Matter. So supporting Prop 16 and restoring affirmative action is a much needed solution to remove the barriers that have harmed and limited the potential of Black Californians. Please support this, excuse me, this initiative. Vote yes on Proposition 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Sasha, welcome.
Hi, my name is Sasha, District 6. I'm an entrepreneur, but also I'm an immigrant and survivor of communist regime. I strongly oppose Prop 16 as it will have a negative impact on everyone. People with incorrect demographic features will be discouraged from working hard. People with correct demographic properties will feel less valid because the government thinks that they cannot achieve success without special policies. As a woman, I don't want to be a diversity hire. and I don't think anyone does. But what's concerning to me the most is how the City of San Jose elected officials mislead their constituents. In the memo, you say that Prop 209 is a failure. Where is the data to support those claims? You bring the context of George Floyd, but you fail to note that Minnesota have had affirmative action since 2015 that clearly didn't prevent George's death. You tell us that we need to fight systemic racism, but Prop 16 is a systemic racism in its essence, and you want to imprint it in our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Wilson and Tessie. Welcome.
Oh, after 10 o'clock p.m., I do not speak English. Si yo estuviera en Maracaibo, dijera, me ha hecho esperar 12 horas. I totally oppose Proposition 16 because it's simply controversial policy that will divide the people and tear our community even more apart and create resentment. It will cost huge amount of tax money that it should be used for K-12 education. The government should not make distinctions on the basis of zip code, race, gender, or sexual orientation. That is against the principle of equality. Okay? We believe in Martin Luther King Jr. that says, for the content of our character, no on Prop 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen? Helen, I'm sorry, we seem to have a problem with your microphone being muted. Could you please unmute your mic? We're not able to hear you right now.
Unmute. Okay. May I start?
Yes.
May I start again?
Yes. Henry?
I oppose Proposition 16. Judging people based on the color of their skin takes us backwards and creates resentment without improving the conditions for Black or Brown Americans. Removing non-discrimination and bringing back failed 1970s style quotas and affirmative action completely overturns Prop 209. This is regressive legislation. It is an easy answer to more difficult problems that includes education, strengthening family units, and providing job opportunities to lift people out of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. May, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I strongly oppose Proposition 16. Proposition 16 misleads people to believe it will help minorities, but it won't. Lower the standards for college admissions and job hiring is not a solution. We won't tell our children just because of your skin color, you don't need to work as hard as others to reach your goal. Proposition 16 just hides the root causes, makes everything looks great. Simply lower standards instead of working on the root causes won't help anyone, but will deeply root racism in our children's mind and separate our society even more. Prop 16 intensifies our differences. There were 300 comments on their council website this morning. A majority of the San Jose residents opposed Prop 16. Please take the time and hear their voices. You know, it's I cannot believe this is actually happening, you know, and I really encourage for something like this, if we can reconsider to have it, you know, speak earlier, because I've been waiting since actually 10:30 this morning to actually take my 1 minute on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Hall?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a Democrat and I've lived in California for 35 years, and I'm vehemently opposed to Prop 16. Public institutions should not be allowed to discriminate against discriminate against or grant preferential treatment. Repealing Prop 209 will bring back affirmative action programs, which was never a good idea for anyone and is unfair to everyone. I urge you not to support Prop 16 and to ensure a level playing field for all.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 1407, welcome.
Yes, this is Manny Diaz, Mayor.
Oh, hi, Manny.
Hi, Mayor, council members. I'm here in support of Proposition 16. Many of you know me that I've been involved in our community for many years, and when I was on the city council back in the 90s, representing District 5 in East San Jose, we were very involved in the whole issue of Prop 209 and trying to create basically opportunities for our diverse communities. Back then, there was studies conducted within our diverse business community that showed that 67% of minority businesses were qualified for procurement opportunities in the city of San Jose's venture programs. And only about 3% of that business was going to minority and women-owned businesses. And back then, the city council and the mayor, back then mayor was Susan Hammer, I believe, we supported policies and ordinances that really promoted opportunities for our diverse communities. And unfortunately, with the passage of State Proposition 209, it overturned many of these good policies that were created back in the 90s. And as you know, it's been very problematic trying to create any kind of outreach program to really support minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and looking at programs. So, I want to applaud you for your strong support of Proposition 16.
Thank you.
I would also ask that you.
I'm very sorry. We're Rick Shar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rick Shaw. I strongly oppose Prop 16. First of all, isn't voting on Prop 16 a citizen's individual decisions? Why should the city of San Jose waste the taxpayers' money and take stand on this matter to influence elections one way or the other? What is city's council's job to tell people how to vote? There are many propositions about why does the city of San Jose assert opinion on one list, only Prop 16. What is the true motivation? Secondly, in the meeting memo, I saw misleading information from Ms. Wilcox. He blamed Proposition 209 for the decline of admission rate for UC across the racial group, which is true. However, such decline is due to increased applicant as a result of tremendous population growth in California and a sharp increase of international students and out-of-state students from 2% to nearly 20%. It has nothing to do with the Prop 209 and Proposition 16 want to fix this problem as well. We will have to increase capacity in UC to fix these problems.
Thank you, sir.
Thirdly,
thank you, sir. W.M. Huang? Welcome.
Hi, yeah. I'm here to oppose the Proposition 16 as well for three main reasons. First one, it is unconstitutional. It is a blatant violation of the Constitution of the country and plain and clear. And secondly, for the city of San Jose to support such a proposition, I think I have to say there is a conflict of interest. If today you approve it to support, starting from tomorrow, I have a reason to doubt the neutrality of the city when you make decisions based on education, employment, and also business awarding, right? And if you support this one, I can imagine you're going to carry out your decisions based on this, which we know the problem. And if it doesn't pass in November, you can imagine what type of legal action is going to be involved. Thirdly, nowadays, everybody is trying to talk about entitlement, rights, privileges. How about we talk about responsibilities? If we want to talk about,
thank you,
based on skin color to do this, how about we based on taxation?
Thank you, Mr.
It's
Huang.
not.
Thank you very much. Dr. Glue?
Thank you, counselors, for your hard work.
My name is Dr. Alex Glue. I'm a candidate for Senate District 13 in California. Proposition 209 is very similar to the Civil Rights Act and prohibits discrimination based on certain properties. I will state the obvious. Striking the language that bars discrimination is an admission of discrimination. It is wrong and unethical. The Equal Opportunity Act and Prop 209 did not promise equal success or wealth, only equal opportunity. Communism promises equal wealth, but only delivers misery. It is wrong for two reasons. First, fraud in contract and jobs. Once we abandon merit, we open up fraud. Imagine the tables turned and some other party is in power. The power to discriminate is a power nobody should have. It is secondly, college admissions. It's unfair for a child who works hard to be told, you can't have this. The government decides who gets ahead, not you. Thanks again, counselors, for your hard work.
Thank you. Michael Young?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Mayor and council member. I calling to strong opposite the Proposition 16. I think that lots of people before me already state the reason. I want to highlight one more thing, that the Proposition 16 will not solve the problem. Actually, will worsen the problem. So it's actually happened before on the other colleges. So if people, the minority group in the getting this college because of the diversity program, so because they are the low performance in the college, so this as a group will give other people's more stereotype to discriminate against, so which will not serve the purpose. So I strong opposite the Proposition 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen, welcome.
Hello, I also strongly oppose Proposition 16. I agree with most of the speakers before me who expressed that opposition to Prop 16. I also just wanted to add that the claim that Prop 209 hold back minority in UC is fraud. UC just admitted more Hispanic students than any other race in 2020. And if you look at the data in the past 20-some years, the only race that decreased in UC is actually white, dropped from like close to 40% in 1999 to 2020's 21%. Prop 16 doesn't solve the problem we need to solve, which is income disparity. Half of our high school seniors, they do not meet UC or CSU admission requirements. We should help them, which is in reform public education K through 12. That's the root problem, not cover.
Thank you. Johan?
Hey, all men are created equally. So I think this is unconstitutional, and also this is bringing back racism. Apart from that, it is unfair to the hard-working students. They come back from school, they work hard, and finally, when they apply for college, they are not selected because they are not in the skin color what the government is looking for. So I strongly oppose it. It should be merit. All admission should be made based on the merit. We already have a Prop 209 in place, and repealing it is not the solution. It is racist and unconstitutional. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric? Okay, Eric, I think you have a problem that you don't have the most recent version of the Zoom. If you could download the most recent version, then put up your hand again, we can call on you. Shine Reinhardt?
Hello. I'd like to register my opposition to Prop 16. I'd like to bring up some things that other people haven't mentioned. The Constitution is specifically the Equal Protection Clause is problematic. as is Title 18 USC Section 241, 242, and 245. If I understand the goals of Prop 16, but you have to look at the root causes, address the illiteracy, the failing public schools, and the fact that college students are not prepared to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Meta?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, welcome.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call, and I will not repeat most of the topics people have talked about. I would say that I have been listening for 3.5 hours, and one of the topics that was talked about was how COVID was nobody's fault, and therefore we should help them with their rent or whatever. At the same time, I would like to tell my child or somebody else's child that it is not their fault that they were born into this family, and therefore they're being discriminated against. So if paying rent and having corona around is not somebody's fault, being born in a family 1 versus family 2 is not also any child's fault. So first of all, I'm appalled that even City of San Jose is doing this, putting it even in council. But now that have you done it, I hope that you listen to public and do the right thing, because people will be watching your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny? Jenny, take yourself off mute. Okay, well, move on. RZ.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. So I'm calling to strongly oppose Proposal 16. First of all, I think it's very appalling that the City Council even consider this racist law. If the law passes, some group of population will receive preferential treatment based on their race, gender, or other characteristics. But this also means other group people will be discriminated just because they have the wrong color, wrong gender, or anything else. That in fact is discrimination. So we are passing a law to fix discrimination by discriminating against other people. That's very ironic. I think the right thing to do is we should invest in the education or other system that can fix the root cause of the problem instead of taking easy out. Thank you.
Thank you. AY?
Good evening. I strongly oppose Proposition 16 for the 3 reasons. First, as to the socio-economic disparity, there are disadvantaged people in all ethnic groups. If we focus more on the factors such as race and gender, rather than the individual situation, and further treat people differently based on race and gender, that's unfair for those who need help, but not in the preferred groups. Second, Proposition 16 is not addressing the root cause of the issue. What we need to do is to fix the K-12 education, as we all know that California is facing a huge deficit. If the budget would allow to improve the K-12 education should be of higher priority. Third, with prior experience and data, Proposition 16 will lead.
Thank you. Robert? Take yourself off mute, Robert, and go ahead. Let's come back to Robert. Jing?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I think I want to repeat those. I strongly oppose the Prop 16. I think first of all, I think city should not take a position right now since the vote is on November 3rd and it is against the Prop 209 at current bylaws. Sylvia, as council members, represents her entire district. How does he know all voters' decision before vote? She can't use her own power, inserting her own interest force, fully represent all her district voters. I think it's kind of abuse government power. So if she, support Prop 16, her office should be hiring more Asian Black staffs to balance out her over-dominant Spanish speakers staffs, right? So this agenda should be totally removed because we won't need government to tell us how to vote. It's totally ridiculous and shame on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony?
Hi, yes. This is Tony. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I strongly oppose to Proposition 16 because it's discriminatory. So it's trying to repeal the most just content in our constitution. So a lot of you people, possibly, yeah, you are one of us too, right? So a lot of people are supporting BLM, right? They say they support BLM. But then if you look at the government employment data, you will see the Black community are having much more jobs in government of California. But if Proposition 16 passed, that means at least 45,000 Black jobs will be lost due to your support of Proposition 16. So vote no on Proposition 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave?
Hi. Yes, I am also strongly opposed to Prop 16. I am appalled that this has even come up in the city council and wasting everybody's time on this. This is such a racist proposition. 209 has protected equal opportunity for everybody, and now we want to go back to conditions back in the mid 1900s, 50 to 70 in that era. Our country is divided. It's divided because there's so much racism being screamed at everybody already. And you want to pass this thing, which is racist. Please be reasonable and vote against this. The city should actually come out officially against 16. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zhao?
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and the council members. I'm a mother living in San Jose. I strongly oppose Prop 16, and if I may, I suggest that everybody voting no to Prop 16. A lot of us came to the Silicon Valley with the hope of contributing our talent and diligent work to this country, to the state of California. But now jobs, contracts, and college admission wanted to use race as a main factor in decision making. This is very disappointing. And anybody with common sense will know that race over merit is going to seriously compromise quality and efficiency and destroy a healthy society. If such a racist bill becomes a law, I believe a big portion of people currently living in California will soon have to move out of the state. These days, my neighbors in a group of 1,000 people are nervously discussing which other states would be a better places for us to call home. Prop 16 is against the fundamental principles of American spirits. I urge the city not to support discriminative Prop 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Hello. Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, this is Wendy. I strongly against the Proposition 16. I want to just highlight one point for somebody just blamed Proposition 209 for the decline of the admission rates for the UC across racial groups. It is true that the admission rates are down across the board. However, such decline is due to increasing applicants as a result of tremendous population growth in California and a sharp increase of international students and out-of-state students from the 2% to nearly 20%. Although the admission rates have declined, the enrollment for Latino Americans, Black Americans, and Asian Americans have increased 123%, 79%, and 27% respectively, respectively from 2007 to the 2018. Admission rate decline has nothing to do with Proposition 209. Propositions.
Thank you. Betty? Betty, take yourself off mute.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hi, this is Betty. Yeah, I'm strongly opposed to Proposition 16. Months ago, I moved here from Germany. I actually have a more practical questions. The first question popping in my head is, how could you define race in the future? I'm really curious because I have friends who are both Caucasians who adopt a beautiful Asian girl. I also know a lot of international families, how their kid will be defined. Yeah. First time I heard about this, I'm a little bit shocked. How come race become a original thing? How come skin color becomes a disadvantage? I think it has a huge impact in the future. That's why I strongly oppose the Proposition 16. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Betty. Okay, we're now very close to midnight. And before Sudhir talks, I'll just note that we have 23 more speakers. Jason Su is the person who has raised his hand last in line. So we're going to call all the speakers up to Jason Su. That would be the 23 speakers that we have now, because we're going to have to get back to council for discussion to resolve this matter. Sudhir, welcome.
Hello. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. I strongly oppose Proposition 16 because I believe that you cannot solve the problem of racism by becoming racist in the opposite direction. If you want to eliminate racism, you have to eliminate it, not just become racist in another direction. Thanks.
Thank you. Martin Peng.
Hello, this is Martin from San Jose. I strongly opposite Proposition 16. There has been too much division in our society. We need unity and real solutions. Proposition 16 allows the government to pick winners and losers based on the race, color, sex, ethnicity, or nation origin. That's the very definition of unfairness. And Proposition 16 is for racial discrimination against better qualified people in jobs, employment, promotions, and college admittance. So it hurts independent of personals and will eventually hurt everyone. Thank you. Please vote.
Okay, Catherine? Welcome, Catherine.
Good evening. I'll be brief. I have no idea why all these Asian Americans are fighting for their white supremacy, but I'm white, and I think we should be paying reparations to African Americans, and we should return all land back to the indigenous Americans. Forget saving Eurostat. We need to return the whole region back to the Ohlone and the Amamutsin. Support Prop 16 or vote Prop 209. Black Lives Matter. Good night.
Good night. Kian?
Hi, thank you for this so I always teach my kids that we cannot judge people by their color, but by the content of the character. So I cannot imagine that in the future when my kids want to be enrolled in a certain college and I have to tell them, I'm sorry, your opportunities very much limited because of the skin of your color. I think that's very sad. And so please oppose against this discriminatory bill.
I'm sorry, I think we lost you. Okay. Anna Kramer?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm opposed to Proposition 16 and recommend the City Council not support it. Proposition 16 is divisive and pits one race against another. What has happened to our country that we need to be identified by color, sex, or ethnicity to get ahead? What happened to hard work and good work ethics? I understand the need to help the unfortunate, but this proposition doesn't do that. It can eliminate high performers in favor of a poor performer simply based on their race. I suppose that's what's meant by social justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Ganesh, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and for staying so late. I would like to be succinct about it. As the Supreme Court has already mentioned, to stop discrimination based on race is to stop discriminating based on race. And Proposition 16 is going exactly in the opposite direction. And I'm very saddened that the San Jose City Council has decided to even as an item agenda, not just wasting our time, but also pitting community against community. I would hope that a better sense dawns on you and the community and the council, and it desists from proceeding further and actually join the people in opposing it and getting some message across to the California legislature. We need to fix our K-12 education. We need to provide better training facilities to our kids and show them that we value all of them together as one people, as Americans, not based on their accident of birth or accident of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Field.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Good evening, or yeah, I guess still evening. My name is Diana Zamora Marroquin. I'm the political director of the South Bay Labor Council, and I must have logged in with my boss's account. But I would like to thank the council for taking up this issue. As you know, California is just one of 9 states that bans equal opportunity programs, meaning that our elected officials are prohibited from taking targeted action to fight discrimination based on gender and race. Prop 16 will change that. It will allow us to work towards eliminating discrimination in state contracts, hiring, and college admissions. It will allow us to once again develop programs that provide good jobs and better wages and access to great school for all of Californians. California needs to show that we do not stand for the racist policies and rhetoric of the current administration, and supporting Prop 16 is a clear indicator that, as Californians, we demand policies that more closely align to our shared values. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia Liu. Sophia, no. Eric Wang.
Hello, my name is Eric Wang. I'm a longtime resident of San Jose. I strongly oppose Prop 16. It's a racist bill. It closely associates race with major things like admission to college, universities, government contracts, and civil jobs. It is a textbook definition of racial discrimination. Anyone is at the risk of being discriminated in some area at some time. It is just illegal to legalize discrimination against anyone or any group with any excuse, period. Vote no on Proposition 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Subbu?
Hi, thank you, council members and the mayor for letting me talk. I'm saying strong no to Proposition 16. It doesn't make sense to go back in time. We can't go back and fix the past problems by bringing a new quota system. So I'm from originally from India, and we have seen like how the quota system, once implemented, it made it didn't go anywhere. Meaning it was very difficult to remove it back, even after like 50 to 100 years now. Things are still the people who got the benefits are not necessarily the ones who deserved it, but the people who are already had some upway in the system. So it doesn't really make sense. And going back to the racist notion back. And the kids will all be disappointed, the hardworking kids who have really studied hard, if they need to compete against an unjust system right now.
Thank you. Jenny Higgins.
Hello. Time and time again, people of color and women have fought to make liberty and justice for all a reality. but have been hampered by systems, laws, and policies that make it more difficult to do so. I'm requesting the council vote yes to support Prop 16. Proposition 209, erroneously named California Civil Rights Initiative, has caused real harm to women and people of color in California. For every dollar men are paid, women are paid 80 cents. Women of color and single moms are paid less than 60 cents on the dollar for the same work as their white male counterparts. Further, small businesses owned by women and people of color lose 1.1 billion each year due to Propositions 209's ban on taking gender and race into consideration in public contracting. Prop 16, if passed, will help us to begin to overcome both systemic gender and racial disparities. Allowing race and gender to be considered in government hiring and contracting as well in public education will fuel the larger movement to achieve gender and racial.
Thank you. Ava Hall? Ava, please unmute your device.
Hi, sorry. Hi, this is Ava from San Jose. I strongly urge the mayor and the city council members to uphold our value and say no to Prop 16. Prop 16 does one thing and one thing only, which is going to bring back discrimination and special treatment. We do not need to go backwards. We need to say no to Prop 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Aguirre?
Okay, so to all the people that have been calling in, I would say that majority of the people that have called in are not people who have had their population, their race, discriminated against, being taken over by Europeans and taken as slaves and brought to this country, or forced to the indigenous people, forced to work in to build this economy. We have been at a disadvantage for many, many years. We didn't come here for opportunity. We were here. Opportunity was taken from us. And this is an opportunity to try to right that wrong. And if you say, well, we can't go back and fix that, we wouldn't have a criminal system because the crime has already been committed. So why are we going after criminals? It's the same thing. We need to have restorative justice. We need to take care of the people and give them an opportunity. Women also have been discriminated against and continue to be so, and that needs to be corrected. So I think you need to look at that from a more practical point of view and not look at it as who is going to be disadvantaged because of this law, but who has been disadvantaged all along. Thank you.
Thank you. ZL?
Hello, thanks. This is ZL calling from San Jose. I strongly oppose Prop 16, and I urge the City Council to be opposed to that as well. I don't want to be in the future one day and my kids talk to me, say, hey, mom or dad, why can I go to the school? I work as hard as all the other kids, but just because of my skin color, I cannot go to the school. I cannot say that to my child, and I don't want anyone here can speak the same things to their child offspring as well. Prop 209 is the one that we should stand for. This does not, Prop 209 does not allow any discrimination, but if we moved into Prop 16, this will allow discrimination and it's racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, welcome.
Good evening, thank you. If diversity is the goal, then why eliminate the part of the Constitution that says you cannot benefit one race or gender over another? If you specifically benefit one race or gender over another, isn't that discrimination? Some people say that this proposition will hurt one or two races specifically because of their higher performance in college admissions. I do not agree with this. In the long run, it hurts everyone, and it hurts our state because Prop 16 will eliminate equal opportunity and fair competition, which is what made California one of the most prosperous and diverse states in the whole country. Please support equality for all and vote no on Prop 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, welcome. Robert, I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you right now. Robert? Okay. Okay. Robert, we're not able to hear you if you're trying to speak right now. If you could perhaps fix your device and raise your hand again, we'll try again. Jen? Welcome, Jen.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, good evening, Mayor and the City Council members. Thank you for letting me speak. Well, first of all, I'm quite puzzled why San Jose City Council even have to single out this issue out of 12 ballots that needs to be voted in November. Really, voters could make their own decisions. City Council shouldn't tell them what to do. Well, also, I heard a few people said that they support BOM and they try to help Black students. I understand. Then it's like the hard numbers. The number of degrees earned by Black UC students grew 1.79 times for bachelor's, 2.2 times for master's, 2.02 times for doctors from 1999 to 2018. California's made amazing progress under Proposition 209. If you really want to help Black people, help minority, let's keep Proposition 209 and stop Proposition 16. Say no to Proposition 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia Liu? I'm sorry, Sophia. Lin Xiao?
Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, I have a simple question to ask this council and everyone listening. Should we treat each other the same regardless of our race and color? Should we treat our children the same regardless of their race and color? To me, the answer is resoundingly yes. Of course, yes. This is the common sense of any modern society. And why are we even having this debate? And Proposition 16 is asking you to take it away. Don't do it. Vote no. And don't endorse this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia Liu, let's try your device again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, I'm glad. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make a few facts, and you make the decision on your own. First, not every race only has rich people. Not all Asians are crazy rich Asians. Okay, every race has rich and poor people. Kim Kardashian is a rich person, right? You cannot disagree with me on that. Why should her kids, her children, be given preferential treatment over a poor Asian or white kid? 57 of the students' body at UC today are female students. How much more female students that we want to put in UC? Third one is that the author of Proposition 16, Senator Stephen Bradford, he claimed he lived in discrimination every day, each and every day. He knew how discrimination feels. I wanted to ask him a question. How did he got elected? I wasn't elected senator. Does that mean I wasn't discriminated enough? Okay, the facts tell us something.
Thank you, Sophia. Our last speaker is Jason Zhu, with apologies to those who recently jumped on. As I indicated some time ago, that Jason would be our final speaker because we don't have much time left before, in fact, we have about 10 minutes left before council needs to resolve deliberations. So we will finish public comment with Jason Zhu. Jason?
Yes, council member and mayor. I'm Jason Xu. I'm an Asian, and I'm strongly against Proposition 16. I think this is a really, really bad bill. Let me I'm listening to all the discussions here, and there's a couple more points I wanted to point out. Number one, that there's a AA program, what we call the race neutral AA program already in place, such as percentage plans goes into UC and first college students in the family policy. All those AA programs work really well. So everybody's okay with that. The issue we have is Proposition 16 will allow a race-based AA program, which will determine who goes in, who goes out based on the skin of the color. That's what I'm against. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thanks to all the members of the community who came to speak, and my apologies that we had to wrap up. I know we've got several members of the council who would like to speak. Let me just offer this one suggestion. I am certain no matter what we say on a matter like affirmative action, there is not much we're going to say that will persuade any of our colleagues. And so whatever we say will be largely speaking to whoever it is who agrees with us. So if I could encourage everyone on the council to recognize that we are probably in one of those issues, and let's face it, there are a few of them where we're likely to have pretty hardened and clear opinions. I think it would be helpful for us to simply get to a vote, because after all, it is not our vote that will matter on this issue, but rather the vote of the people of the state of California. All we're doing is merely making an endorsement decision or not. Councilmember Arenas, we have about 11 minutes left.
Great, thank you. I get that we are not the decision makers in terms of this proposition. It'll be the voters, and so I encourage everybody to go out and vote. I would like to move my memo that recognizes and adopts the mayor's memo along with Vice Mayor's Jones memo, Mayor Jones memo, Councilmember Carrasco and Councilmember Perales, and my memo adds to conduct an analysis of the diversity in our city employment and bring those recommendations to council to update any city hiring policies that address historic inequities in case that this proposition, and hopefully I'll knock on wood that it actually moves forward at the end of this year.
Second.
Thank you. Awesome. So I just want to say that I think my position is very clear. I won't add more to the conversation, but I did want to bring up just a couple of items. And one is that a year after Prop 209 in 1986 and 1997, there was a decrease in Black workers across California, while non-minority males in leadership positions increased. And despite the growth of Latinos in California, they're also underrepresented in government jobs. And so we are at the service of the public. We are a government agency. And so we need to make sure that we are also an employer of those folks who live and thrive in our cities. And I'm not going to mention anything about the schools because we really don't have a direct role in schools and universities, except that to say that this is not a us versus them. And it shouldn't be an issue based on that. It should really be an issue that highlights the need for additional university allotments for our students, and so that it doesn't pit anybody against one another. And lastly, I'm just going to clarify that there are some folks who have used Martin Luther King and this content, to be judged on the content of your character, but not the color of your skin. And I just want to clarify that when before he died, he published Why We Can't Wait. And he wrote that a society that has done something special against the Negro for hundreds of years must do now something special for him. And so from 1962 to 68, he implemented this Operation Breadbasket. So it's a civil rights boycott campaign that demanded racial quotas through employment of Black American workers in proportion to their number in the workforce, neighborhood or city. And so he never said that they shouldn't be given a special consideration. He actually requested a multi-billion-dollar program for preferential treatment for Negro or for any minority groups. And he said that all of the America's wealth today wouldn't adequately compensate African Americans for the centuries of exploitation and humiliation. And so that is what this proposition is doing, is undoing some of the policies of the past. Obviously, people are tone deaf if they don't recognize that the Black Lives Matter movement is a symptom of that. And thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to point out a couple of things that eliminating racial and gender discrimination can't be accomplished by ignoring races and genders that they exist, and that it's ideas like Prop 16 that will address discriminatory practices. I'd like to add that I'm eliminating Prop 209 will aid the city's newly formed Office of Race and Equity by allowing the city to track and use racial and gender data to address inequalities within our government head on without being handcuffed to take a color and gender blind approach so that we can look like the city that we serve. And lastly, I will say that UC Berkeley recently came out with a study that was published in the LA Times saying that California's ban on affirmative action has significantly harmed Black and Latino students by reducing their enrollment across University of California campuses, lowering their graduation rates, and driving down subsequent wages. And that is a symptom of systemic racism. So let's join the UC Board of Regents in supporting Prop 16. And I ask my colleagues to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergio, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just very quickly, I'm very excited that the voters are going to get a chance to really overturn some of these vestiges of the Pete Wilson era. 94, we had the 3 strikes laws that have decimated people of color in their communities. 94, we also had Prop 187. 96, we had Prop 209. Obviously, these have had long-lasting effects, and I'm very excited at the fact that folks are going to have a chance to overturn this. The very last thing I'll say is just, I think in a lot of the comments that were made, it's almost like this implicit tone that we're post-racial. And I think that all you need to do is turn on the television to see that the world we live in, the society we live in here in the U.S., we're far from it. I think there's a lot of work to do, and I'm very excited about the opportunity to overturn this law. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments before we vote? All right, let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Diep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Most definitely, yes.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Proud, yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, thank you. We're now on to public open forum. This is for discussion of any item which is not on the agenda. Any item is not on the agenda. Blair Beekman.
How much time do I get?
1 minute.
Thank you. For this item, I'd like to I need to learn to apologize a bit for my words. I've been trying so hard to make all sides feel safe and comfortable with the ideas of rent forgiveness and owner forgiveness for both owners and tenants. You know, I'm missing a few points that I need to make. You know, 1436 is a part of a philosophy that should be considered. You know, and it's the idea that, you know, owners are basically the ones who are getting the full forgiveness of things right now. We have to really consider the rights of tenants and how can they be, you know, free in this process of COVID that was not of their design. And that's an important question we have to ask in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha.
I just want to congratulate you guys on the complete failure to represent your people. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Aguirre.
Oh, yeah, Robert here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Robert.
Last time you couldn't. All right. Yeah, I want to bring up something I've been talking about for quite a while now, and that's trying to set up a like a commission or a committee of people that are unhoused and be represented. I'd like for somebody on that council to write a memo to try to do such a thing, because we have a large group of people that are not being represented properly, and today's little fiasco of the community to end homelessness in 5 years or to end it being held at the same time in the city and at the county goes to show again how these particular group of people have been eliminated from the conversation and don't have a voice in what's been going on. We need to do that. We talk about equality. We're talking about proper representation today and reversing the discrimination that's been going on. Well, the discrimination against the unhoused continues. We need to end that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ava Hall? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Ava.
Hi, I just wanted to say I'm very, very disappointed with the decisions you guys made tonight. Obviously, you already have your mind made up. You completely ignored.
We're only speaking on the items not on the agenda. If you'd like to speak about any item not on the agenda, you're welcome to do so. Catherine Hedges.
Good evening. I agree with what Robert Aguirre said. I also urge the council to support Proposition 15, Schools and Communities First. I hope we have proposal to support that. And also, I hope that someone will bring an agenda item to oppose Proposition 20, which will bring back a lot of the criminalization sorry, it's a long night. Anyway, one of the council members was saying that it's good we're getting rid of the Pete Wilson stuff, and that's just going to bring it back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Johan?
Hi, despite all the people's opposing Prop 16, you all voted yes.
We're
And it is
speaking on items not on the agenda. Anyone who'd like to speak on an item not on the agenda is welcome to. Otherwise, we'll be cutting you off. We've got to move along. Jenny Lee, welcome. Jenny Lee?
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, Mayor. I'm very disappointed. So shame. Discrimination against others.
Jenny, I'm sorry. We're only speaking on items not on the agenda. Alex Shore? It's open forum.
Speaking personally and not on behalf of any organization or city commission on which I sit, I support policies in the city of San Jose that right the racial wrongs of the past. And I thank the council members who support.
Alex, we're not speaking on any items on the agenda. Let me make it really clear to everybody. If you want to weigh in a second time, please save it. The person with the phone number ending 9867. Person with that phone number, you're currently muted. Your device, appears your phone is muted at this time. You may have to push *6. There you go.
Hello. Hi. Am I here?
Yes. Welcome.
Hi there. Thank you. I would just like to ask you if the City Council is at some point prepared to endorse Laura's Law, which is the California state law that allows for court-ordered assisted outpatient treatment, especially during these trying times that we're living through right now, COVID-19. I feel that a lot of people are living in precarious situations, they're closed off. It could result in more domestic violence situations. So I was just wondering, because I believe this has been pushed off for a while. I'm not sure if the City Council has any ability to address it, but is the City Council prepared to endorse Laura's Law at some point?
I'm sorry, this is only a time for public comment, but that decision has to be made by the county, not by the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Janelle.
Oh, yes, I'm just curious, who made decision on what's put on the agenda? Why do you single out one proposition and you made up your mind already? Ask hundreds of people to call in and say opposition, and you don't even listen and vote yes. Why? Who made this decision? What's the city council up to?
Thank you. Mr. Huang?
Yeah, I think my comment is like for the people who have been waiting for hours from the morning till now, and you only gave each one of us 1 minute and cut out automatically. That's unfair. And secondly, now that you can put agenda on to talk about the propositions here and there, what if we want to put just vote for Trump onto the agenda? How can we do that?
Thank you. Eric Wang?
Wow, the 95% opposed Prop 16, and you guys voted unanimous for it.
You're not speaking on any item that was on the agenda, sir. Catherine Hedges, have you spoken yet on open forum? Forgive me. Catherine, you're muted right now.
I'm calling to oppose the woman who said we should use Laura's law. I understand the council.
I'm sorry. That was okay. Ritesh Tandon.
Hi, Sam. Good afternoon. Good evening. I just have one quick question for the city council. Like how you are going to help the children who are minorities and impacted with your today's decision?
I'm sorry, we're not speaking on any item that's on the agenda. We've already had that issue discussed and resolved. So let me tell everybody who's waiting on the line, if you're calling to speak about Prop 16, we will cut you off. We simply have already discussed that issue. This is open forum. This is not to discuss an item that's already been covered in the agenda. Jing?
Hello, I don't think it's necessary you open this forum because you've already made your mind and you.
What happened? Okay. Jing, please try calling back. Apparently we lost you. Wendy, welcome.
Hi, Mayor and council members. I don't know, you guys represent the voice of the residents, and it's so disappointing and feel shameful for all of you to vote yes on the Proposition 16.
All right, thank you, Wendy. But we are not going to hear anyone else speak on Proposition 16. Just to be clear, Sophia Liu.
Hi, I just wanted to find out what is your process for the citizens or residents to file a complaint against the city council's meeting, in particular today's meeting. Is there any phone number or email that we can send to or put on the press release or anything like that? What numbers that should we put on there or email address? Would you like to share?
Yes, on our website, all of our emails are all there, as our phone numbers are. May?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So like I mentioned earlier, I've been waiting since 10:30, and if you already have your minds made up, why waste our time to wait on the phone? To actually, for you to disappoint us, to vote yes, everyone on your panel. It's not fair to us. So if you have your mind made up, please just, don't make us wait for this. This is you just disappointed every one of us, and I want you to, reconsider, and we will file a complaint against you, your whole council members, for wasting our time.
Mayor, is this on Prop 16?
We're waiting for it. We could be wasting time on lots of things, so I was waiting for it. iPhone 10, welcome.
Hello, is it me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, it's not about Proposition 16. It's about a very wealthy family, Mr. and Mrs. Quinn, who contributed $1.5 million to a certain campaign. And another major donor is the CEO of Netflix, who donated $1 million to a certain campaign. And I want to ask you guys if these are special interest group who are driving and supporting this campaign that you guys are all supporting tonight and wasting our time and cheating your constituents. I'm very disappointed
And is this
to
about?
all of you.
All right, Lynn Shao.
Shame on you. You're smiling at me, but shame on you for all of you. You don't listen to your constituents, and you are so out of touch. Shame on all of you. Good night.
Good night. Thank you. Subu, welcome.
Yeah, I would like to understand how the council voting goes, because looks like the for a lot of the not just for the Prop 16, I was listening to the other ones. For pretty much everything, the vote is yes. It's like there's no dissent, there's no like going on. So if you guys decide the vote already before you even come to the meeting?
Thank you. Shao?
Hello. I just have a comment. God knows what you guys just did. Good luck. Bye-bye.
Wendy, welcome.
Hi, the mayors. Shame on all of you.
Let's see, I think Jen has already spoken. Ritesh has also spoken. Robert?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think you folks really missed the point here, and you all appear to be really ethnic bigots because you are demeaning the.
Eric Wang?
Fuck you all, liars, liars, shame liars.
Ganesh Tiagali, welcome.
Hi, Sam. I would like to put forward a proposal because of all your enlightened people that I think from now on the council should rotate and allocate racially based council members, and I would hope the people who are championing this, the new equality, would resign their jobs and give it to Native Americans and African Americans in the society if they have any shame, and stand for what they believe in. Thank you.
Thank you. Min, welcome. Your device is still muted. Device is still muted, Min. We're not able to. Okay. All right, Min, we're not able to hear you, and Helen, I know you've already spoken. So the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.